big jump. You can see him floating anyway. Hopefully I haven't bridged that. I didn't expect it to jump that much. Copyright Peak Line Roofing. Hello, Swindon Electronic Repairs. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, what, sorry? Oh, a talks bit. Yeah. 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 Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah. But it's the same fan, but to be fair, there's like massive heat sinks inside the actual PS5 that also gets clogged, and also the power supply. They have like little air vents and they usually get clogged as well. So it will need basically, it will be £30 for a service. So that's a complete strip down, clean, yeah. And no. It takes me around about an hour and a half probably to strip it down, clean it all up, put it back together. So I'm actually free whenever's best for you. It'll be done same day, if not next day, depending on what time it gets dropped off. No, I work from home. I've got a workshop at home. Yeah, whenever's best for you. Yep, I work Saturdays still. Yeah, it should do, as long as it's not dropped off after about 4 PM, then it should be done same day. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that would be fantastic, just to give me a heads up. The latest will be 7 PM because I close at 6, and then obviously I have my dinner between 6 and 7, but I'm still available to answer the door. So 7 o'clock is my complete shut off. The earliest, what, today? Oh, on Saturday, after, yeah, it'll be 9 o'clock on Saturdays, the earliest. Yep. Yeah, it is, yeah. No problem. Once it's done, I'll ask for an email to send the invoice to, and it could be bank transfer or cash. It'll have the details on the invoice. So it's whatever you prefer. No worries. No, you're welcome. Alright, spot on. Cheers, buddy. I'll speak to you later. No worries. Yep. Yeah. I'm not sure with that one. Yeah, faults or whatever is actually hard to diagnose and stuff unless something actually goes wrong with it. So if it's just getting warm or hot, then I won't worry about it till it dies. It sounds bad, but alright buddy, no worries, speak to you later. Alright, bye. Jesus Christ, bless him. LA even, sorry, not Elay. Hi, you're here too, Zach and LA. Let's go. Right, I was cleaning this up. It's probably all gone solid now. 9 AM Saturday. Won't you have a hangover from the party? What party? Oh, I see. Not long now. Not long till what? Nan Flash is cooked. How do you know that, Crypto? Crypto Dreams. Was your name somewhat different before? Nan Flash is cooked. You reckon it's the land? How come when it worked first try when I plugged it in? Surely if it was failed, it wouldn't have started up. I'm back. What I missed from fried what? Fried double diode. Oh no, that's working now. This is another one. Right, block your ears because I'm gonna blow this. LA is sat with me. Yep, I know I'm muted. Why is there always something with the NAND? Because everyone wants to see NAND APU swaps, APU NAND swaps. Right, let me see if that's made any difference. Probably not. Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Yeah, no, you're good, Peter. Don't worry. Not a lot of people know. Russ does. Right, is this going to work now? Right, it's clicked in. Make sure these are not touching. There you go. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 12 volts. Okay, pressing the power button. What's it going to do? No way was it just RAM reflow. No way. I knew it was a RAM. I thought it was a RAM problem because it would just crash, and it's very similar to switches. Very nice. What did you do? Tom, come here, you little shit. Tom, get back in chat. Oh, you are there. Sound don't work. Component protection active. What do you mean? Oh, it's touchscreen as well. Yeah, you fixed it. Yeah, well, sound won't work. Component protective act. Is that what the issue is, Tom? I thought you said it would just die. Oh yeah, look, you've got no volume. No volume. Component protection is when the part received another bin than registered. Oh right. Oh no, it's going again. No, that's not the issue. Looks like you may have fixed it. Now it's dying again. Now then, I heated up the board. It's gonna die again. I haven't fixed it. maybe there's something on the other side of that area. It's crashed again. That could be a shit screen, leave it running. It's not responding to anything. It's frozen. It's crashed. See, now it's just shut off. But we are still pulling 1.3 amps. Oh, and then it's flickered. And then it's restarting. Now it's restarting. So it did crash, but now it's rebooting. The current draw is down compared to the other one. Is it? I didn't see what the other one was doing. Maybe it's just a Windows update. Imagine. Yes, the sound's disabled. But that's not. Oh yeah, look, now it's going again. Maybe if I take the board out and have a look at the bottom. Why has it suddenly started working now again after reflowing the RAM or the center bit? Something underneath it maybe needs reflowing. Is it going to restart again? Yeah. Well, yeah, it does. It restarts. It's on a boot loop. Okay, it may still have the issue. They could turn off and on as part of the fault. Right, so it's still faulty. Looks like a Golf GTI. Oh man, I already thought I did it then. Yes. Component protection active. Alright, let's take it apart. I'm going to get the board out and have a look. Kind of a watchdog circuit, yeah. Hello, Chris. RAM swap? I mean, are they the same as switches? They're like OLEDs, Micron? What's it called? Micron? They look like the same, don't they? What do you reckon, Zach? Do they look the same? Oh yeah, while it restarts, see if it's hot. Yes. Good thinking, Batman. See if something gets too hot and then it just dies. Well, we're on to something anyway. Right, 12 volts. Get my thermal cam out quick. Wherever my thermal cam is. What do I do with it? Tom, to be honest, mate, I've got nothing else left until tomorrow. Is the other one not a donor? No, the other one's fixed. This is a donor now. It's a donor for this reason. Right, what are we doing? Powering it up. We've got the red lights on the screen. Right, we're powering it up now. Something that bottom left is warm, like EDM kept saying, and it seems to be that main chip. Still on, it's crashed. It's got a fuzzy screen. Waiting for it to shut off. What's that down there? See, it's this center bit. Maybe I reflowed the RAM and it's caused this center bit, whatever's underneath there. Massive heat swap. I know it's diffused, yeah. Looks like APU needs reboot. It's in the center on the back side, which makes sense because where I've done the RAM right next to it, and then it's made it start up. Yeah, there you go. It's just restarting now. Just restarted. That resistor down there though is still pretty toasty. 45. What happened to it? I don't know. I reflowed the RAM and now we've got it coming on again, but it's crashing every minute. And then it restarts. I'll try reflow the CPU. APU reboot time. Well, let's see how big it is first. And see if... Whoops, just threw my phone. I'm trying to power it off. I think it's powered off. It's glowing red. It's that light. It's like this. Common issue. This is an all-in-one unit fitted to other vehicles, but Golf 7 uses variant of this system. Looking for a valid VIN number to stop protection, probably needs reprogramming or factory. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about.
Alright guys, don't think, oh it is on, right, okay. Normally I have a yellow light on with a DJ Mini Mic Mini. For some reason it's not coming in. Hello bud, how you doing? Thanks for joining in. I'm going to call you the official, I'm going to call you OCR. Otherwise I'm going to end up just trying to forget half the names that come in the stream. So which does make sense, because I'm trying to remember all these big long names. Today I thought, let's put up the Christmas tree. So I've got the Christmas tree up. Mr. PCDD actually said you did have room for a little tree. So, so yeah, well, that's what, if you want them called out the calls. I've been called worse. Same here. So the reasons why we're going to partly revisit this. This got repaired. Obviously, I repaired this, brought this back to life. Comparing, it was working first of all, then I blew it up. Then it cost me 50 sobs to actually near enough to get it repaired again. Obviously these are in dire need, because you don't get to see, there's virtually not many of these left in existence for these linear record players, and if they are, they're obviously not working, they've got problems. So to get one in fully working order is absolutely not, you know, there's not many of them. But in the last part, obviously, the record was sounding like the Smurfs, obviously. So Mr. Pico, the lovely Pico, says, you need this tool, which, lucky enough, it come in today. So I'm going to open it up. And this is what they call a pot adjustment. On the back of this, we might keep trying to adjust, because on this you've got the 33 and the 45, and the 45 and the 33 play really fast, so obviously it needs a pot adjustment, but it's so thin that you can't get a normal screwdriver. You have to have this specialized screwdriver. I think this retailed about £7, so it wasn't a great deal amount on here anyway, on that front. But first of all, someone wants a bone, so I'm going to give him a bone, because otherwise he's going to pester me. I'm going to give him a quick bone, and look at the size of his bone. Wait a minute, hold your horses. Right, well that's gone. Right, he's got that. That'll keep him busy for about 20 minutes. So right, he ain't going to get no more, otherwise he'll eat the entire lot. Now I know Mr. Andy's still on it, streaming at the moment, so I think someone in his comments actually did ask him, I forgot who actually asked him, they wanted help setting up a stream on that front, and I can assure you it's not easy. And even Andy said it's not easy to set up, because everyone's got different setup regions on that front. Oh, was that? Yes. That was me for SC. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, first things first, the biggest hurdle you'll ever come across if you ever want to do a live stream the biggest headache that I had ever set up. Now, I'm pretty good when it comes to computers like PCDD, because obviously I worked in Packard Bell as well as Dell. So I've worked alongside with building computers. So obviously that was many moons ago. But setting up a stream, yeah, not so easy. The biggest headache that I tend to have was that it's good when it's set up, but it's a nightmare to set up, which is the most critical part. Yeah, I've done the most basic ages ago, so a bit better than the basic setup. So you guys are watching, it's just a portfolio. You're just a potato. Well, you know, just primary. You're right. You are just a potato in that aspect. So, but yeah, what it tends to boil down to is that setting up OBS. Well, oh my God, that's all I can say is, oh my God, it is the biggest nightmare. It looks easy, but it's all to do with overlays. And the overlays are complicated to set up. Oh no, Mr. Hot Cows is in the house. I'm waiting for Pico to come in and say, don't fall off the chair. Every time he comes in, he always says the chair. And I know it's Mr. P. I know, I definitely know when it's Falcon comes in. It's because it always is. So, yes, how you doing, sir? Thank you for joining. I know everyone's still on Andy's stream at the moment, but I did say to Mr. Pico, he's going to be running 45 minutes late. So he said, carry on with the stream. He said, I will pop in. So he's obviously done part of, he sent me some pictures, and I will show you some pictures. Obviously for my, what was it? I think it was for that Grundig. Waiting for Gozzy to go live with the 3DS so I can help. Yes, because you're the person to deal with, really. This is what I was saying about earlier on. Everyone's got a unique situation where they're better at things than others. Obviously, you're great with little handheld devices. I've seen the way you took that 3DS, and I can assure you that is not the easiest to take apart. The issue that you're 100% right. Them ribbon cables are ultra thin, and they do not take much to literally. Well, I know that because I took a perfectly working Nintendo GameCube to put in the mod chip and the ribbon cable because I said this ain't going to take much to rip it, and guess what? It ripped. And I was being extra careful. So doing in 3DSs, no, it's no faint task to actually do. And you know, and what's more difficult is that you're trying to guide someone through the chat, but then there's techniques, and that's the exact issue that people tend to don't have, because you've got your technique, how you use that bobby pin to roll that up to feed that in, but you know how delicate and how far to push that in. You can't explain that when it's on a chat, and that is the most crucial part, because if you don't get that right, one, that as soon as you fold that, you're going to end up re-ripping all of them ribbon cables, and it's all got to come back out, and it's all got to be done again. So yeah, so exactly, them old ones go brittle. I mean, you know, you can't wonder at it. I mean, it's not worth trying to do a trace repair on them, because I would just say forget about it. At the end of the day, you're better off just buying them. I mean, they're lucky enough they're not too expensive to actually to go and buy to sort that up. I did manage, Mr. Cows. I did manage to put a tree up. So Mr. PCDD said, have you got room to put a tree up? Well, there you go. There's no excuse. I put a tree up. Obviously, because I can't move in the front room. So yes, the tree is up. So yes, Mr. Pico, my lovely dear friend, has managed to do a temporary repair. So I don't want to show his details because obviously the thing on it, but I can show you the pictures that he's taken. So basically, the issue that I had with the drive, yeah, very nice. I can't show my trees because oh right, because I find the complication entry. Oh right, really? Oh well, that's a bummer. So yes, so obviously I passed this over to Mr. Pico himself, Furby, for his son. So, which he was more than pleased, because he said, if that Furby carries on, I'm going to end up putting him in a microwave. Well, not intentionally, but you know, that's the trouble with Furbies. They will push you beyond the point. So I put this in with the Furby. So obviously I found the issue with the drive. The actual laser is actually good. I tested the laser works. The only problem it's got is that on the drawers here, these have super guides. So if I zoom in, you might be able to see, it's supposed to have these, top and bottom. And unfortunately, this one is broke. And it's got two of them. So these are guides for the tray. So Mr. Pico has done wonders like he usually does. And that is why when he was watching me, he was repairing this at the same time. It sounds... sorry, the browser tab crashed. Oh no! Oh, Mr. Hotcals. Oh no, that's not great, my friend. So yes, so yeah, what he's done, he's put pins into this, and he's JB welded some plastic tabs. Obviously, he's took some off an old VCR, and he's managed to do his magic. But he's done both sides, obviously. And there's the other side that he's done here as well. So what he's done is JB welded it and he's pinned it. But we also did come across that the big cog behind it, which was this cog here, had a big split, a massive split right the way down. Lucky enough, it didn't go too bad, but let me have a look and then I can have a... So these are more shots of what he's took underneath, and there should be, yeah, and there's the cog. So what he's done, he's put pins as well as JB welded it as well, because obviously you can't buy this, you have to buy the complete cage, and obviously you can't buy the cage. So he's done his magic and he's managed to put it all back together. He said, I don't know how long it would last, but he's done his best he can try and do. He said he's going to still try to continue to find something. Obviously, he sent me a big long message on that front to try and gain on it. But as Mr. Peak always does, give him thumbs up for that. He's absolutely a legend, which I probably would have been able to done, but time consuming. Obviously, I do other bits because I do a lot for other bits for charity. So obviously this was going to cause that was going to cause a bit of an issue, and it's a shame because it was working and then it decided to break. Obviously, like you said, Charles, everything goes brittle, and that's exactly what happened. It jammed up and broke, and there's not a lot I could have done about it. So this issue, obviously, we got to the point where it sounds like the Smurfs, because obviously I had to replace the chip, because the power amplifier chip completely, because this was working, I got it to work, and then it went bang live on stream, and I went, what the bloody hell was that? So if you ain't watched that part, go back and watch it, because yeah, you could understand why. Mr. Stu, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining. And I had to do a little bit more studying. Can you see in the top right hand corner, I have now managed to put up a count for how many joined the stream, a bit like Mr. PCDD. So I have copied him on that front and put a little counter up on the top so I can keep an eye. So to be, because the OBS takes everything up, and that's what I was getting back to for Mr. OCR. That's literally just said the word hey. He was asking about setup, and the issue I was going to get to was OBS. Cameras, fine. You can buy a cheap camera at the end of the day. Microphone. If you're going to go for a microphone, I recommend, while these were still on sale, which everyone was ranted about, with these DJI microphones. 7 hours. Between about 7 to 8 hours. But what I do is I leave it all plugged in to the PC, and then it constantly keeps it topped up. So yeah, it's not the software that bothers me, it's this that I find it's easier to hardware I don't understand. Right, hardware, I'll try and help you the best I can, because Mr. Andy, I've asked a few times and I didn't get anywhere. the hardware, depending on the spec, I'm using my old gaming computer. So rule number one, don't use a laptop. Right, I'm going to rule that out. I tried a laptop, the software couldn't run it. I ran into problems. OBS is very demanding, right, on that front, and that's the trouble. So you really want to try and aim for, I mean, Mr. Andy's got a custom PC, a bit like what I've got, but I use mine for doing editing and playing games. So I'm using an old X gaming rig. So that was my original one that's on that front. It still holds up to date, and it's got a 1660 Ti graphics card, which is more than enough to run OBS. I've not run into any issues. It does video editing fine, as long as you don't do 4K on that. But yeah, don't try and run it on a laptop, or don't try and run an old PC, because you're going to run into problems and it will bottleneck, obviously. And the biggest issue is running OBS software as well as overlays. I would say you're going to need at least, I would say, between 8 gigs of RAM and above at the end of the day, because again, your PC will tank. And I did find that out. I've learnt the hard way, so that is why. You mean Linux? You can use Linux. The only downside is a lot of OBS software is not compatible with Linux at the end of the day. You can use Wine to like to gain access, and then, because I don't know, I'm still a little bit iffy with it, Linux, but then you have to use other software because it's more coded. You have to try and run Windows operating system stuff that's very similar, so you don't have any issue. I mean, Steam, you're fine. Absolutely don't have no issues with Linux because they dedicated it for that. But other software, you might run into that problem. Bet my spelling mistake. Thank you, Mr. Hotcows. So yeah, that is probably what you're going to run into. So if your hardware is not, if you're going to run into hardware issues, don't try and run just laptops unless you've got a gaming laptop. But they are going to be pretty expensive because you're going to retail anyway about 500 and above. If you're going to do that, you're better off just, if you really want to go down that route, what I would have done if you want to get into the streaming side is go on eBay, stick with AMD because it's going to be cheaper than Intel at the end of the day. So buy a Ryzen chipset, so get a Ryzen 5, right? Cheap board, about £136. Power supply roughly around about between 90 and 120. And then RAM sticks, right? I know RAM prices are pretty high at the moment, but I'm sure you can get an 8 gig stick, and you'll pay in the region roughly around about 60 to 70 pounds for about that price. But if you can sort of bottleneck, I'm sure you can get it down to that, about that ballpark figure, because they've really spiked massively at the moment. And obviously for your graphics card, a 1660 Ti, absolutely fine. They're all going to be PCI Express anyway. But if you're actually not bad with software, all I say is that the OBS is an headache. I've run into literally nothing but problems trying to get OBS set up, and I still ain't set it up 100%, but I've got 90% of it there. I have a 16 gig RAM from an old PC. Right, DDR4, fine. That's what this is, what I'm running, DDR4, absolutely fine. So that's one crucial part that you've got. So I would say then use something that's going to be running DDR4. I probably would stick with a Ryzen setup because it's going to be a cheap alternative. But then board's about £130. But I think don't go down the road. But I'm going to tell you now, you will definitely going to run into an issue with that software, because everyone that uses OBS will have camera issues or setup issues. I mean, Andy's had it, Rusty's had it, I've had it numerous of times, and Mr. PC DDD, he's run into problems. Your sound can just drift out for no apparent reason, your camera can go blank. I've had nothing but literally camera issues. This 4K camera that I bought, this webcam, I've had nothing but problems at the end of it. I've been riddled with issues. Every time I go onto it, 1 minute it'll just play absolutely perfect, and the next minute it'll act like a disco, or it'll just freeze, and it just don't give me any issues. So yeah, I would say stick with that, and you can't go wrong. But I think that's going to be part of your issue. That I think the setup, the hardware won't be your problem. It'll be the software that will give you the headache. And with OBS, it's all about overlays. It's took me, it feels like I've had to go back to school and learn again. And I'm pretty good at learning things because I pick up very quick. Discord players will always help you with the community. Yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone, that's one good thing that I have learnt since I've done this streaming, right? Joey Does Tech, he was on earlier on. Someone asked him the question, right, how did you get into streaming? And it's true what he said. It depends what you want to do. If you're going to do it for fun, then fine. But if you're doing it to try and earn money through the content, he said that's a completely whole different ball game together. He said, but I'm going to tell you now, it's going to take years to build up your sort of like and your profile. And look, I was only just saying that, the cameras froze. What did I just say 30 seconds ago? The cameras just absolutely don't give me any reason. The camera just completely just froze for no. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So I mean, no, I don't even have to touch it. That camera didn't even touch it. OBS caused that issue. This is a prime example. You've got to have these little hiccups, unless you go down like Retro Luke, Retro 6, and you spend $6,000 on a camera at the end of the day. But he's in it. He's a business. So yeah, MK is a proper dude when it comes to following on for that. Mr. Pico, don't fall off that chair. Mr. Pico, look what I've got today. I've literally got the I've got the little tree set up. So why I'm doing that, and you guys just having a quick chat, I need to just give me 1 minute. I need to set up my, that's it. And then that way I can then have back to my OBS, and then I can have my music running in the background. Your royalty-free music. That's another issue, completely all ball game. So yeah, Mr. Pico, yes, I got your recommendation. I've got the screwdriver today, so we can tune this in because it sounded like the Smurfs. So, and Mr. Pico, did you see what I've done to the stream? I've managed to put a YouTube count up, so I can tell how many are actually in the stream. So I've added that in, a bit like Mr. PC DDE. So I've added that in. That was a bit of an headache because you've got to download a piece of software and then you've got to copy the link into OBS. But I've done it. I watched the YouTube stream. It looked easy enough. Lucky enough, I've done it. So that wasn't too bad. Yeah, counter. So I managed to get that set up. So obviously I've got I did manage to dig out the 1980s Mr. Shaky himself. So and I'll show you the issue that this has still got a problem with the sound, only on the tape, but I'm pointing more towards the capacitors, because when I tried the radio and the record, when I turn it up, it sounds a bit distorted. So that could obviously mean that it's capacitor related that could be causing that. So yeah, so yeah, oh no. Yeah, I didn't play it for the last time. I played, yes, because you had issues. We did, and I'll show you. Because on the live stream, I didn't swap because obviously in the last one, I kept it on the left hand, or no, the right hand channel. When I unplugged it, put it in the left, perfect. Even the tape, perfect. But you turn it up, the sound's distorted. So that's indicating to me more related that's got to be that's got to be literally capacitor issue that's causing it. And remember, I swapped that board. I've done what Mr. Carfor recommended, just unsolder the pins and just solder it straight on, because taking that out, that chip, wasn't the easiest. And you see, I did do well on that front. So I'm going to power this up and put a record in, play it, right, and then what I'm going to have to do is, because of copyright, if I keep it low, and then I can sort of know the actual speed it's running, that front. And I've got some wires that I've got to transfer over. This is a Sony PSP adapter, but this wire has been butchered like beyond belief. Obviously, it's been cut in numerous places. The wire's all exposed. So I need to. What I need to do is sort something out with this, and obviously, I couldn't get it apart. So I've done what Worms would have recommended: hot glue all the way round, and you know it's done its job. So I've got to break all the hot glue out and redo it all again, because I want to resolder, put a brand new bit of wire in, which I found, and make a connector up for it. So, and then get back to the pots for the Carsbro. So hopefully, all fingers good. The only downside is this bugger's heavy. She is an heavy bitch. Obviously. Now, that's what I was just saying earlier on about with that, with this, obviously you need this special screwdriver, and it looks like it's all made out of plastic, so I'm going to take her out, and hopefully, I've just showed them off the pictures that you've done your magic on that Grundig player, so hopefully I can get that put back in and give that a go. I think everyone's still on Mr. Andy's stream, so I think that's the count of it. So yeah, now this one here, it's got on here TV adjust, so they must use these for TVs as well on that front. I suppose it would make sense because this is all being plastic. So what I need to do first is grab a speaker. Let's grab a speaker. Speaker weaker. No. I'm still waiting for capacitors for the Atari 2600. Obviously, I'm going to recap the entire lot. I think because all in caps, when I tested the ESR rating on them, they was really high, and they shouldn't be that high. One of them was registering about 15 on the ESR rating. I don't think that's right. Yes, because if they go too high, they act like a resistor. Which that's exactly what happens. The ESI reaches, it peaks, and then it ends up having problems. So it does make sense just to, and they do recommend it, just swap them out. Just completely swap them out. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap them out. Now I'm hoping that this will solve the problem. Now I'm going to put this on the floor because obviously I won't have the room. So I'm going to bung her on the floor. Plant this at the back. So let's spin this round and then you guys can see. Obviously you can't move these around too often because of the sheer scale of these. These are absolutely monstrous. And you think these were very popular in the mid 80s and early 90s, especially the 80s when hip hop come out on that front, and because of the 90s was all about raves, the 80s was all about hip hop. I mean, it was all in bloody school and everything. So let me grab, give me 1 minute, let me just grab my torch, my trusty torch. Never organised, never. Right, so the issue that we ended up having, right, now obviously taking, because you can't get to the pots once that record's in, right, once that player's in, but it's here for the adjustment because you can see the alignment. So you've got two pots behind on there that goes onto that back of that platter. So one's going to be 45, the other one's going to be 33. So what you're better off doing is playing it on low and then put the screwdriver in and then adjust it. And I'm just going to test that just to make sure. I mean, do you know what, guys, I'm going to run into a problem. This ain't fitting. Oh no. And this was the one that was recommended. And it's not fitting. I can't get it, I can't squeeze that all the way in. It will not have it, it won't reach. That's going to be a bummer. Literally going to be a bummer. That's going to cause problems. Because this goes foul. It don't start off thin, it starts widening. And that's the trouble. I'm going to be stuck here. Let's see if I can try to get to that. No, nowhere near it. It's nowhere near it. And if I push it in, it's not only going to get stuck, it's literally going to get, it's going to break. That front. Well, that's a pisser. So now I've got this, and now I can't use it. And I've literally got nothing that thin to get in now, because I can see the pots right in between, but obviously that's not going to help. And I don't think I've got anything that comes nowhere near. It's got to be thinner than that. Ha! Yeah, exactly. Oh well, that makes short work of that. I'm trying to have a look to see if I had a watch screwdriver set, and I think I have. I think I know where that is. Watch screwdrivers might do the job, but they're all metal, and you've got to be careful because you can shorten them out. Right, like these. I've got these, right. Good thing about owning a lot of retro stuff, I've got bits for literally near enough for most retro gear at the end of the day, so I shouldn't be an issue. So I've got to see if I can try to get the smallest screwdriver. Now that just about goes in, but the end is obviously a bit thin, so I've got to see if I can poke her in and see if I can turn her. Jesus, this is not easy, guys. Do you know what it's like? It's like trying to do micro brain surgery, you know, just with a screwdriver, because the pot is slightly down from underneath, so you can't put something in. Put some insulation tape around the edging. Well, the trouble is the pots are right next to each other, but they're slightly I mean, where the hole is there, the pot is slightly a little bit down, so you can't try to get anything in. That screwdriver just took that all the way in. Oh my god. I'm telling you now, that is not the easiest to try and squeeze it in that tiny hole. It literally is, it's nano. Yeah, that's not going to be easy, guys, I'm telling you. Even that near enough takes all of that up. So all you've got to turn is probably about that much. You've got hardly anything to bloody turn it, and this obviously spins round. That's how difficult what I'm dealing with. So taking that would have been ideal, because it near enough takes all of that length up. But obviously this being wider, starts off in, gets to about there, and then just stops because obviously it's on, and it's got on there TV adjust. It's got literally TV adjust on it. And I thought that would have done the job. So I thought I won't open it. I'll do it on live on stream. So obviously, Discord, lubricant, spit on it. Stewie, you can't go in spitting on it. Not when it's alive. I mean, I haven't switched her on yet. I mean, she's plugged in, but she's not turned on. You can't gob on it. You can't do that. That's daylight robbery. You think, no, quick. So yeah, no, that's. I'm afraid that's out of the question. I can't. I mean, they always say, go on, lick it. I'm not going to lick it. They tell Andy to lick it. Well, I was giving ideas last night when Mr. Andy came in the stream. I couldn't resist myself when I was talking about perhaps he should go down the shops dressed up in women's clothing. And then that was it. He said, don't give them ideas. I mean, well, everyone's voting for you, man. This is the trouble when you become a big YouTuber, at the end of the day. So, yeah, we all wanted to see it. I went, give it a thumbs up. I don't think he would. I couldn't see it myself, but it would enough be funny to see. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it make great content. It pushes content up. Definitely, 100%. I can't even. Oh, do you know what? I can't even seem to get that in here. Do you know what? This is going to give me an headache. Seriously, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this because one, that's just turning. It's got nothing to grip because that's too narrow for a start. Obviously, you want it that size. You want it that size because compared to the comparison, obviously this being really thin and that being really thick, you're seeing the issue that it ends up having. And obviously, I wonder if I might be able to sand this down. What if I try and sand it down to see if that does the job? Because obviously this will be perfect, but obviously I need to go down quite a bit because the issue that I need to go, I've got to go all the way down to about here for that to go in. So, which is quite a lot. I could do it. I mean, I've got the sanding stuff on it, that front, but obviously this being plastic, it's not going to create some mess at the end of the day. Because otherwise I'm not going to be able to put this in and turn it. It's just not going to have it. So I think what I've got to do is unplug her. Alright, so I'm going to unplug that from there and take that out just for a minute. Oh, not the camera there, great, hopefully. Yeah. Well, that's a piss, isn't it? That didn't go the way I wanted it to go. Lovely. You gotta love live streaming. It never goes to the plan you want it to go. So what I'm going to have to do is use this as a guide and sand it down, and I want it about the same thickness grade. So that will give me a guide of how much to take off from, and that's quite a lot. I mean, you can actually see, look how much on the mill side I've got to take it down. So one, I've got to have it that thin. Future proof. Use a tiny drill bit. You could do, but I don't really, it's butchery. I'd rather take it out on this and not on the radio. I know what you're saying. I mean, the idea is, I like to leave things as stock as possible because again, it keeps its value to its full potential if it ever does get passed on. And the last thing they don't want to see is a gaping big hole where you've made it bigger. And you know, so I'd rather, like I said, for the sake of £8, I'd rather try and sand this down. Yeah, I have one, and I cut the plastic off the sheath. Yeah, this one is just all plastic. So I think what I'm going to do is let me go and grab my drill. I'm going to sling on a thing on it, and I'm going to sand this down. I think that makes sense. And then we're just because I'd rather, because once I've got there, I mean, obviously I've got to be careful being plastic, because the thinner you go, the weaker it gets. But obviously we should be, it should be able to do the job once that goes right in. Do you know what? I'm thinking about it now, right? I think Stu might be onto something. I think what I'll do, I'll take the record player back out, right? And because obviously that always it's really narrow. What I might be able to do is do it from the back once the record player's out. Make the hole bigger, so this then guides right the way through. It doesn't have an issue. Because if I do it carefully, I think that might be the best port of call, just in case if it ever wants to get adjusted at some point again. But don't do it from the back end, do it from the inside and then work your way out. And that way you can sort of then give it the correct guidance it needs. So I think that does make perfect sense. So I'm probably going to go down that road and take the screws out. This thing's been this thing's been apart more times than Prince Andrew, I'm telling you. And that's saying something. So and I've had to zoom the camera lens out because it was a bit too much zoomed in on that front. So I'm going to undo this and take that out, put that one in. Now, if I'd have known that on that front, but it goes to show, doesn't it? It wasn't really designed. They must have had a right special tool to get into that at the end of it, because they obviously didn't want you mucking about with it. And it is in pots to be adjusted, so I know that is the case. This will be the best time to actually get it done. I'm going to put them up there. Oh, excuse me. No, there ain't no more screws in these. Nope, nope, nope. It was just that one and the ones around it. Right, okay. That should be it. I probably would have been an old technician secret. More tea, Vicar. Jesus. You know what it is? It's them gastro tablets that I'm on. So that's what's obviously, I don't do it on purpose, but sometimes when I'm in the public, I just get this almighty burp that comes out and I feel really embarrassed. And people, I mean, my mum understands because obviously of the medical condition, part of the medical condition I've got. And yeah, sometimes I have to try and, if it's like Tourette's. The longer you hold it in, the worse, the more of it wants to come out, and that's exactly it. So I tend to have that tender issue, and it's quite loud. I mean, what it was, when I was at one of the church meetings for the charity event that I was doing for St Francis, I'm only putting your legs. No, that's all right. No worries, my friend. So what it is, at one of the charity events that I've done for St Francis, obviously the vicar was there, unfortunately, and I let out this almighty burp, and the vicar didn't say nothing at the end of the day. I had to apologise because I felt really embarrassed, and he actually shook my hand. He said, no worries. I said, it's a medical condition I've got, so obviously itis hernia. I'm on tablets to suppress his stomach acids, but obviously the tablets wear off over time, so then all the gases start coming back out again, and that's exactly it. So no, he didn't. He said, you don't have to explain. I totally understand. Really lovely vicar he was at the end of the day. I felt more embarrassed than anything else, because obviously people looked at me and thought it was disgusting. So and I went, no, you know, and that's the trouble. Obviously, you know what it's like. People are very quick to judge. And obviously, there's always conditions of what people suffer from. So, exactly it on that front. I've got to be careful here. Right, hold up, mate. God, everything just falls on the floor. Well, that was a screw. Jeez. The trouble is, because this weighs nearly close to 10 kg, right, that's what don't help, because it is extremely heavy. And that's the trouble. This is seriously, and the downside to these plastics, a bit like 90% of them, is that you don't realise how heavy these are. And when you're trying to move them on, look at the gap I've got, this takes all of the gap up, and then you're thinking, for crying out loud, you've got no room to try and manoeuvre this, none, unless you've got a really big table. So, well, that was the other screw, it fell on the floor. So yeah, I put a little YouTube count up, so I thought, save me, because with OBS, if I'm on a 16:9 little TV, and because that don't, you know, everything looks small, and it does look small, when you open up all these bloody applications, what you have to run for OBS, you know, you ain't got no room. So what you really need to do, that's another thing you need a second monitor. So then, if you've got a good graphics card, like a 1660 and above, you can then use that graphics card to its full potential, because then what you could do is just then extend your screen. So then you can have all your OBS and all your chat in the other screen, which would be, that's what Andy's done, which is so much better. I haven't got the room. Obviously, I still haven't repaired the Philips Hue TV. It's still sitting around my mum's. Obviously, it's got LED issues. On the end of the day, the screen freezes, and the LED, and once it warms up, it seems to be fine, but you can't change the channels. So that, which I took it to the old boy, and he said, no, what it is, if the LEDs are going 40, the IC chip that talks to the LEDs will cause that issue. So again, he said, change the LEDs, you'll be absolutely fine. And he said, but the only downside, the LEDs being more expensive than the TV. Well, you know, the LEDs that I managed to get brand new were £36, and it's a big 50-inch. So I thought, well, I've got all the remote with it. Obviously, someone threw it out because it had that problem. So yes. Now I'm going to have to get into here and take this off. Now I only have to take 2 of these off. I don't have to take both of these off. So I think I'm going to go with your recommendation, Mr. Stu. So I think what I'm going to do is take this record player out, make that hole bigger, and then that will make sense to get to the pots. So, right, well that's the tray out. So we got the tray out. Obviously now you've got all this mechanism. So once you've got the tray out, there is two, one here and one here where my finger and thumb is. At the end of the day, you take these out and this should just pop out at the end of it. Or no, you ain't, because you've got two at the bottom. So yeah, you've got two at the bottom as well. But these have got to come out, and then I can close this up, and then she'll come out. Jesus, she don't want to come out. Very squeaky. And it's these type of special nuts, so they've got like a sheath on them, so it sits in between that plastic. Oh, for crying out loud. I wouldn't mind it. It's them bloody pots that are causing the issue. I didn't know that at the time, but now I sort of know. Right, now I can lay it down. And now I can get to the bottom ones to take this out. No, that should be out. Should be, he says. Oh, before you do that, you've got to unplug them. Which right, well obviously where I need to get to with the pots is going to be here. So right where my fingers are, they're the two pots that I need to adjust that's causing me the headache. That's obviously, you know, if I zoom in you can see it much closer. The two closest pots next to all them capacitors. So once I've got that, I think that the reasons why I think this has got the sound's a bit low, I'm pretty sure these capacitors could be losing its capacitance over time. So obviously that's where the issue is. Obviously I can't get the screwdriver in there, which is right in this hole. This is the adjustment hole. So obviously you can see it won't go all the way down. So what I could do is try to make that bigger, so then I can get this adjusted. So the only downside I can do for that is take put a wider drill bit and then just widen this section. It would make sense because, like you said, then I can gain proper access straight to the pots. Obviously that's a specialist screwdriver. I mean, you can see that screwdriver just about goes all the way in. So obviously they've had to use a thin one like that. So yeah, wasn't really designed, but obviously only for these type of sharp details with this. I mean, there's a lot of circuitry and there's a lot going on here at the end of the day. So you can imagine, you know, you can easily break something in here on that front. I mean, you've got all your circuitry up there for your radio. So you've got your radio settings all up here and all your cassette stuff down here. But obviously this being the power rail and this being part of a controller board that obviously comes off the power rail straight onto the controller board, that then all bypasses into your cassette and your radio. Does make sense. Transformer, power, you know, and then obviously you've got all your circuitry board there that talks to everything else, and then it all goes back, so it all completes. So but it all starts off from here and then works all its way down and then across. So it sort of helps you in that sort of sense, because then it's easier to diagnose. But the trouble is with a lot of the modern stuff, no, it doesn't work like that. And it was all because that blew up. completely just went bang. Unbelievable. So yeah, not the greatest that front. So this I'm going to need let's go and grab a drill bit and widen this section so we can put this, get the screwdriver in. Right, yeah, obviously I've got a drill bit here, and that looks like that will just shave off a little bit. So hopefully this should do it. Like you said, that just needs to be a little bit wider. Now before I do that, obviously I've got to have to prop this up, because if I put my multimeter under it, that'll do. And that way and then that sort of, that might just give it enough, which it does. If I can see that poke all the way through, and it does poke all the way through. So that was a good shout, Stu. Absolutely fantastic. That's done the job. So that wasn't taking too much off, and I haven't butchered it. Well, obviously I'm going to need to hoover all the inside. Perfect. And that literally is just shaving that ever so thin, and it hasn't made a mess of it. So obviously I've made a little bit of a mess in here, which I can hoover up. But now look, there's this screwdriver, I don't have to worry about shaving down. And look, she goes near enough all the way down, which is now virtually touching the floor, which is more than enough to alter that. So yeah, shout out to that front. That is done its job, and look, I can turn it. So what I'll do it the other side, and I'm going to hoover this up, and that way then that's perfect. Then I can put it all back and then adjust the pots. Get the Dyson. Oh, excuse me. Right, so we've done that. I'm going to flip a little bit of shavings on there. So let me just hoover them shavings up. mean, I suppose with things like this, you've got to partly mod it to some degree, you know, because otherwise you won't get anywhere. But that's made that a lot lighter. It's that record player that weighs it down. Now, obviously, the issue is here. So I'm going to do the same again. And it looks, once I've cleaned it, it looks like it ain't been butchered. Which it don't. So it still looks as stock anyway. So all I've done was slightly just widen that out. Which is, that is absolutely perfect. That's why I wanted to go both sides. Now if I take, where's that screwdriver gone? Obviously, is there any bits that's, yeah there is, just a little bit. Obviously. Let's grab that screwdriver, and what I want to do, I'm going to keep an eye on here. I'm going to poke this through. Now, obviously, where's the other screwdriver? Because that can give me a guidance of how far I've got to go down. So I need to go down at least about that much. At least that much. So if I put a marker on that, a marker up, right, I'm going to take a gold marker and I'm going to mark this, and then I know roughly if that reaching the record. Right, so I've put a little gold mark on that one, or bronze or whatever. So now I need to, that's what I need to do, is make sure no, it's not going all the way in. No, nowhere near it. So obviously that was a good shot, but yeah, make that sure that it touches the tip. Yes, so obviously this still needs to be widened. The only thing with that, I can see it behind it, it's definitely widened it up, but for this screwdriver, no, she's still not going all the way in. I can see the gold mark. But can we use another screwdriver that will go in, obviously, because that's being too fat. Let's try the next nearest one, which will be like this, to see if that goes in. It does, and it does. Obviously, you can see where the screwdriver's gone in, so the screen issue is here. Obviously, because I've widened that hole, that has definitely helped 100%. What I need to do, if I bring this closer over, I need to get away from the towel, it got caught up. It still feels a little bit snug, so I'm going to see. I'm going to go out there and see if I've got another bit of drill bit. It just wants a few more mils shaved off that. Obviously, that won't go all the way down. it got a lot further. Obviously this one's been marked down to here. It got to about here, which before it only went to here. So it has gone down, but it needs to go down a lot further to use this, because that being longer. But obviously that is widening that gap up. Now I'll need another drill bit, because that drill bit now is to its maximum. I can take it. It's a shame I can't play any Christmas songs and get done for copyright. So, right, I found my D-vault, whatever I've got left of it. It is my D-vault situation now. So, I should have some drill bits, yay! I forgot I had it, it was buried in the kitchen, I couldn't even bloody see it. Hang on, let's see what Mr. Pico recommended. Careful with that circuit board note. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I know what you mean. Don't go too mad because you'll slip and cut into it. Exactly. That's the only thing. That's why do you think I've got it on the slowest speed and just being careful what I do. So, because yeah, exactly. Hit that, it's game over. We're right back to square one again. And then I'm going to run out of bolts. So, obviously, I need to step this up. So I'll need to point this, which I'm going to say it's going to be that piece. Just step it up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mr. Pico's right. You've got to be really, really careful because obviously you've got a circuit board here. Break the trace on this, game over. Why do you think I'm doing it this way and I'm doing it on the slow it? So I ain't got it on the fast, you don't need to go mad. So I'm going to hang it back over again. Do it from the top and then work my way over. Now this is the next size up. Lovely. Jubbly jubbly. Just you can see the shavings. Now I have took some shavings off that. So I have definitely 100% took some shavings off. Right. So and that's from that side. Now I'll flip her over. Same thing again. I'll do it from this side. I'm going to hang it over here because it's away from the actual. I need to go this side here. But it's true what Mr. Pico said. I think that's about as much as I want to go. And it ain't took too much off. Obviously, you can see I've took a little bit at the end of the day, but that should be enough now. That should be, so he says. So, first things first, the marker on that, you can see the marker. I need to get it down that much. Can I go all the way over to the other side? That's the trouble. Now that's gone all the way in, right? So I'm going to plug that in. Not plug it in, but you know what I mean. I need to bang that. Now I should be able to move that. Which I can. That's all the way in to that pot and adjust it. Because this one being a lot bigger. So I would say that's a win. That front, and that should then get in there and adjust that pot. So that's good. So what I can do now is tidy up. I'm not going to take any more off that. I think Mr. Pico's right. You're going to end up damaging this board, and I'm one for cautious, and so don't push your luck too much on it. And then thinking, oh shit, yeah, perhaps I should have just stopped. Yeah, exactly. Bit late. Obviously, this just flops straight in. So if the worst comes to it, I can just literally even use this screwdriver and still get in. But you obviously want to try and have room for adjust. So right, let me just hoover that little bit up, clear up your mess. Nice. And then I'm going to end up putting the drill bits back, and then I can put all this back and then adjust it. That was a 6.5 drill bit basically. I think I've got that D-Walk set, paid about 20 quid for it at the end of the day. Now again, if you're doing moderation and things like that, I know it sounds daft, but again, it all takes money, I suppose, when you have to buy all these tools and other bits and pieces. I mean, you still got to be a little bit creative, but not go too mad, you know. I mean, obviously 90% of most all stuff that's obviously not just retro, you know, obviously even modern stuff, it's still made out of the most vulnerable material, which is plastic. It will break, you know. It's 90% of it is. It's just the way they've always manufactured it. They've never got out of that problem, even right back to the early except for the 1960s and the 1970s. The 1960s and 70s, and I know because I've got 1960s and 70s stuff. It was made out of MDF, and they just vinyled it. They just put vinyl over it, basically, and it just literally looks like it's been laminated over, you know. But again, they didn't use much plastic on that front, so they tried to eliminate it. But obviously, this was manufactured on a scale. I don't know how many units they sold of these from the mid 80s. It must have been a bit. That front, but now I'm just glad that's done, because now obviously I haven't got none of the headache now of trying to bloody get a screwdriver in and, you know, get this sorted out. So she can now go back. Oh my god, she is one heavy bitch. The only downside is she's got to be guided, because again of the seating arrangements on these are not easy. Like that, see. Now I've got the good task, because you've got all these bloody wires underneath here. So what it is, when you have to unplug it, you have to keep it away from this spindle. There's a spindle right underneath here, next to the motor, and that's obviously part of all that platter that turns. So all these wires, you've got to put them all through. They give you these to put in. So, and then what you got to do is bunch all the wires up and strap them all down, and then put them into its slots. So yeah, not the easiest task. So what I've got to do now is take all of these out, right? All of these, because I've got these all plugs underneath here. So you're going to have to be careful because you don't want to break the wires and all. And then put these in. Plug them in first, and then tidy them up after. So that one's in. That one's out of the way. So we've got another one up here, which is going to be that one up the top. Cool. And this one being right at the bottom. I know why they do the long wires, because they know that you're going to have to gain service to the record player itself. So, right, now what I can do now is take all these wires, and now I can bunch them all up, and then strap them down. It says. So one clips round one way. Oh, God almighty. One clips around the other. So what you want, so it acts like that, but you're not going to pinch too many of the wires, but you've also got to make room for the casing to go on top as well. So and that way it keeps it away from that motor. Right, that looks good to me. I just double checked to make sure that none of them wires are touching. No, they ain't. So we're all good there on that front. Now I'm just going to have to watch now when I put this back, the casing. So, right. Now this is going to be the most interesting part. Let me read Mr. Pico's message. Hey Stu, awesome video and music by absolutely, yeah, by the way, absolutely loved it. Yes, you said you'd done that on your phone, didn't you? I was really impressed with that. Again, in AI, very clever. I mean, Mr. Pico's pretty handy himself by the sound of things. You know, he's does a lot of the AI stuff in the videos, and he gets everyone in the chat. That does the streaming side. So yeah, again, we played the Christmas one. He done a Christmas jingle, which I did play yesterday. Absolutely loved it on that front. But yeah, again, you've done one on that. It's again, it's very, very clever what AI can do. It's frightening because you think that was all like it's all written by something like that. That's generated by AI, and it looks like it's been done professionally. Right. Right, now, obviously, she's heavy. She's one heavy girl. One heavy girl. Seriously heavy girl. This thing is not for the faint-hearted. You couldn't just lug this about. No way. Now that's 2 in. I'm going to put 1 in at the top. Right. I don't want to put any more in just in case it's all got to come back out again. So 3 should be enough to hold her in. And obviously I've got to mount the Pops can come in for about 30 seconds and has gone straight back out within 30 seconds. So, I don't get it with him. I really don't. He seems, for some reason, the record player freaks him out. If I put something big on him, on the bench, he don't like it. Big dog like him. They're like big pussycats. Like, yeah, they're mad. I did see, Stu, I did see your dog. He's absolutely gorgeous. Nice. Now, obviously, we need this guide because this guide is obviously for the record. Otherwise, we'll have an issue trying to put this back in. Obviously, because it's got in line with all the lasers and everything else. Well, that one, the screws come out. I haven't even got a clue where that's gone. Could be here. Here she is. Found her. Cool. So what I need to do first then is, before I switch this on, let's see if it adjusts on the back on them pots to see if we can adjust it, because I don't want to put all these bloody screws back in and then it's all got to come back out again. Otherwise it just feels like it's time consuming, taking too much bloody time. Obviously I can see I've made that hole bigger, definitely 100%. I can see the pots a lot clearer now. Yeah, they are adjusting on that one. That's one side, I can feel it, seeing it being adjusted. What about on this side? Yes. So 100% that little trick works. So you can clearly see I've made that just ever so slightly bigger where I can get that pot straight in, and she does adjust. So, which before, very, very narrow. You had a very tiny smidgen window on that front. Now I can get to see. So I think what I'm going to do now then is put the remaining screws back in, tighten it all up, and then I ain't got to worry about that. I just wanted to confirm it first before I put all the rest of the screws back in. Just like you said, you'd be wasting your time. You only got to take it all back out again. One up this corner, and that should be all I've got to do is the bottom. That's it. I hate these power screwdrivers. They're so over torqued. It's unbelievable. I noticed that counter helps that I've got made up on the corner, so now I don't have to keep looking at a separate box does make it a lot easier. Then I know how many's in a stream. Obviously Mr. PC gets ecstatic when he reaches 40, even 30. I mean, Andy don't even bother counting. He sees 55, 60, and he obviously don't. It doesn't bother him. But then, like you said, he's been streaming for a lot longer than everyone else. So you're not going to get your numbers climbing up over by night. That's for damn sure. So all the screws now back into play, which is cool. So now I don't need these little miniature screwdrivers, which I now can put away. And I can put the other one away because I won't need it. They've been in there that long, they've rusted up. It's literally... Right. So, right, that's it then. So, now that she's all put back, now obviously I can't lay this down, so she's going to have to be stood up. And then, so what I need to do is pull it this way. Yeah. Put it this way, plug her in, plug the speaker in, and then adjust it. So, oh yeah, would help if I bloody plug the speaker in. Duh. I won't get no sound. I think, you know, what's up with it? I won't get no sound coming out. Right, so. Right, we'll switch her on. We're gonna give her some juice, which we have. I can hear. As you can hear, we've got static. Right, well, that's good news. So we've got sound on that front. So what I'm going to do now is let's put her onto phono. Alright. We'll have to put the Madness record on. Now it don't matter what one I've got, as long as I keep the sound down, I won't get copyrighted. Fucking bollocks, ain't it? Yep, she's spinning, guys. She's spinning. She's... Now, obviously, I'll keep that as low as I can. As long as I can hear. Right, obviously. Well, that one's not doing nothing. Right, we've got, so the left one is 33. It won't go down any further. I don't want to break the pot. So you can see that I can adjust it so it is going down. But it won't go down any further. It's got to the stopping point. So what is now causing that to drive too fast? Obviously it won't go down any further. So let me just turn that off. It won't go down any more than that now. That's it. I've hit the maximum pot. So the left, really I should write this down so I can know. Then I know roughly what pot it is to adjust. Let me grab a pen. record. Left and right. So let me just have a double check to see what this one is. So this is on there, so it's going to be on, got to think of what side that's actually plugged in. So it looks like that's on the right side. So the right side is 33. The left side is going to be 45. Right, cool. That's made that interesting. Right, so what I need to do then is stop this. I can't turn it down anymore, it won't go. It's got the stop function. So, at least I got to the pot, that's the main thing. Right, yeah, let's sort the 45 out. I might be able to adjust something on the 45. We don't want the instrumental. She's running. Oh, hold up, what have I done? She should play, hopefully. Here she goes. Right, so obviously now I've got to go to the right hand side. Well, the 45 plays alright, but the 33 is just still out of whack. Which I can hear. Well, I'm going to say that's there for that, for the 45, but the 33, no, definitely not. The 33 won't, for some reason, it's still playing too fast, which is a shame. So definitely 100% the 33, the 45 is near now. So that's been adjusted to its full potential. And because it's got that auto feature, it must detect it. It's a shame that I can't adjust that any further. Yeah, it won't go down anymore. But the 45's been adjusted to its max, like where it needs to be. But the 33, and again, it does definitely looks like on that side of the speaker. Very low. Until you turn it up. That sounds like a blown cat. Because the other side plays fine. See? Just the other side seems really dim. So, but that cat won't adjust any more further than I can need to adjust it, which is a shame. Obviously it's playing far too fast. Right, so let me take that out. That's a bummer. Well, we did get there in the end then, on the sounds of it. Let me move this around. She's one heavy girl. Don't want to have the, let me just grab another 45 just to make sure. I think we got there now on the 45s. Arcadia, Depeche Mode. I've got all my classic 1980s stuff here. It's fantastic. Absolutely love it. So, really good. Oh, wrong one. Door open. Bit of Duran. Hold up. That's the raw band. Oh, it's the raw band. Solar Rising mix. No, it's the raw band. Oh, I thought it was Arcadia. It is not. Plays, it spins round fine, absolutely fine. That's not the issue. You can clearly see. It does play. You can sort of hear it because I did. It's just a shame. 45's fine. So obviously I can't play no more now because I get done for copyright. But obviously 45's are fine. It's the 33s, and when it gets to the end of the pot, it won't adjust. You can feel it stop. So there's only a small margin. It needs to be toned down a lot more than it. So obviously, I think that needs to be toned down just a tad, because I know this record and it seems just to run a little bit fast. So So I'm going to leave this one playing. Yeah, she is. She's running just a little bit too quick. I'll adjust the right side, the left side of the pot. And right, where's that torch? Because obviously I can't bloody see a thing. Right. Crying out loud, it's really made it difficult to gain access to the fucking back of it. You've got to get that right in the centre. It sounds like about like it needs to be there. I mean, obviously, but that 33, such a shame. And it can't turn that pot down any further. But again, it don't sound the greatest because it sounds like to me that's capacitor related. I think it's going to be one of them things that can't be helped. So could that now be cat related on that board, which I'm now pointing towards that, thinking, because the right side, obviously we can't seem to get any sound coming out of it, and I proved that. Put the radio on, let me go to preset, right, and I'll put it on. Put it in Indian, right, watch. Works fine on that, left and right, but the record side, the tape, and I'll play a tape, right? So obviously, let me put some bit of Brian Ferry on that, obviously. Right. We'll play a tape. This is obviously, that don't sound great. Now I'll put it on the other side. It is playing. It sounds distorted. So when it sounds distorted like that, that points more towards capacitors. And obviously when I played a record, one side was coming out, but it wasn't coming out on the other side on the record. So yeah, obviously the pops were a bit of an issue that front. Don't unplug it, plug the speaker in while you can, otherwise you can blow your chip. Right, okay. Because I didn't know that. Yeah, bear that in mind on that front, because I know how sensitive these bloody wool chips are on that front. But yeah, unbelievable. Obviously sorted that to 45, which is, it still needs a little bit on the tweak side. But the 33, I can't get it down. It's that stopping point, and then it just stops right there. Read the Discord message. Give me a minute. Where's my phone? Fuck me, it's buried underneath all this lot somewhere. Oh no, disaster. Let me switch her off. Let's switch her Rooney. God, Jesus. That is one incredibly heavy machine. I really don't underestimate how heavy that machine is. It's just, you pick it up, it's like dead weight. It really is. Oh, yeah, it's buried underneath all that lot. ChatGPT. Mr. Pico. yes, the servo responds. Right, hold up, fucking dust and crap, it's all like bits all over it. The servo responds, but the whole range is shifted too fast. That means there's a speed reference circuit in that is off, almost due to the age of the... What did I just say? I knew it was going to be the age of the capacitors. The most controls the PCB inside or the motor itself. I can give you the exact replacement caps on the VC and here's a fix to replace these caps, right? So the 35 on that board probably would make sense to replace them capacitors at the end of the day. Anyhow, and you've got a list of the capacitors. The typical cap positives values sharp service manual. Right, on the motor control board on the PCB, the most important, where that chip is. So yeah, because again, that sounds about right. 50 volt, they're all 10 microfarad, 50 volt and 16 volt. I think they are. So that sounds about right. The 1 UF and the 4.7 UFs caps are normally cause the fastest speed. Right. So again, if they're related, that could cause that. They thrift down in capacitance with age. So obviously, the reference oscillator goes upwards, which does make sense because if he's trying to pull information, it then goes to the actual nearest other cap. So yeah, it looked like I did say I had a rough reference that it was going to be cap related on that. If that Google search, then adjust of what you're having, it's the pot adjustment issues. So I think what needs to be attended on that then, replace these caps on this board. Obviously this needs to come back out, which is not a problem, I can take it out. But again, replace these caps, which is vital on this board because again, the age of this, and remember I swapped this board on that because obviously I blew the chip on the other one on that. So by changing them capacitors would cause that issue, I would say, because the other one was in much poorer condition, and that's what's causing that distortion. Because again, that's why I always say cap related, because distortion on that front. Yeah, keep reading and it explains a bit more. So, oh right, I'll see. Oh, you've got a lot more. I'll see what you mean. So yeah, basically, important information inside the motor. It says inside the many sharp VZ motors, there's a tiny PCB and two. Right, I didn't know that again. Two electric. There's a 1 UF and a 2.2. Sometimes there's a 3.3 UF, depending on the batch. These are famous for causing constantly fast speeds, servo trim that has no range. Yep, which is right. I think when I altered it, there must be some range there, but obviously not much on that front. And stable incorrect speeds. If you're comfortable with opening your motor, you can read both caps inside. Chat PD said. The pops work, servo works, but the whole range shifted too fast. That speed reference to the circuit is due to the age of the caps inside the PCB. I think, you want my honest opinion, I think that we'll take this back out. Right, it makes sense because again, the 45, the pitch range. I think some of the caps are working because I've got it down on the 45, which is on the left hand side. The right hand side, no. So if that is the servo that's causing that from the motor itself, if there's got about a couple of caps in, one of them caps could have literally just lost part of its value. That obviously one on the 45, but the 33's failed. Because it won't shift. It's toned it down, but obviously only so far. So I think what I need to do is get this back out and inspect it a bit further and have a look. Very common fault on these parts for these 3000 to 35. A simple recap of the servo board almost always restores a perfect 33. Well, that's all but that's not fixing a distortion on the right hand side. Obviously, again, cap related, which I kept saying, didn't I? I kept saying it's a cap related. So I think that I'm going to do that. I think what we need to do is open it back up right, in order to get some caps ordered. That's if I can get these caps. Now, obviously, the caps that are in this are going to be they're going to be them expensive capacitors. So you basically need to do a complete recap of it. I'm thinking to fully restore this back, because she used 90% there. Tape works, radio works, record player works. The distortion, remember that board is a lot, obviously that board being a little bit later, but the caps didn't look all that great. Now my other one, obviously that did work it before the chip blew on that front. So better off just replacing the entire capacitor on that front. So that's probably partly the reasons why. Now this is fully working to a certain degree, but obviously we can't get the pop down in the adjustment on it. I mean, that's good to know now. At least I now know that the 45, I can play 45s all day on that, but the right hand side is really distorted. So I know that that power board has got some capacitors that are obviously not great, or if the value's really high on the ESR, that's causing it to shift on that front. And if they go too high, they just act like a resistor and take something else out on the board. So yeah, I think that's a sensible move. We'll take them back out. I'll take these out. Back out again. But now we know, right, that bit of information. When we wouldn't know that until we trimmed the pot, until you had that pot trimmed back up. Because again, how would you know? You wouldn't. You wouldn't. There's no way. That distortion could also definitely mean a cap related. Yeah, I'm going to put it down to that. I totally agree with you. I mean, I know what capacitors are like. I've had that time again where capacitors just fail, or the value is, it's only got to lose 20% on that capacitance. And obviously, if it ain't up to par, then obviously it's trying to pull the next information from the next cap and then pass it to the next cap. And if you've only got more than one, if you've got more than one cap that are not reading, obviously you're going to get that distortion. You think, oh, what's that? You think it's the chip. No, the chip works because obviously the radio's pulling left and right. That power amplifier chip's doing its job, so that's going to be definitely 100% capacitor related. So I think it's a sensible move. I'm going to take this back out. But that was a good shout from Mr. Stu. I thought, why didn't that at the end of the day? I ain't gone too mad with it because, like you said, because of the circuit board. So, and it don't look damaged, which I don't really want to, because, you know, to have these fully working. The last one that sold on one of these, that was fully recapped and fully restored, sold for £600. I was absolutely gobsmacked how much it sold, because it had a full recap, a completely full recap on everything on there, and it sold for 600. It was the only one on there that sold, and someone paid it. You can earn, like you said, Mr. Pico, you can earn very good money with retro gear. Obviously, you've also got to have a little bit of knowledge of restoring these wonderful machines. Because again, they're not for the faint of heart, and getting parts for these, you really got no chance. You really ain't. Oh my god. So I've got to take them back out again, which is not a problem. I'm going to have to be careful. I'll put that voltage thing on it and discharge them capacitors, because I don't want to get zapped. I like the little counter now that I put up in the corner. I mean, I like to YouTube that, because obviously I thought Mr. PCDD's got ease on the counter. Whenever he's got up, Andy don't bother. But I thought, no, I want to put one up on mine, because then I ain't got to keep bloody trying to find out how many you got in your cord. So that makes sense. I didn't expect, to be totally honest, I honestly thought that would do the job, you know, because it's 90% working. now obviously it's lent into another job, because now 100% now we now know that it's now capacitor related, and there's nothing I can do on that front. I had an inkling it was going to be that now, because when I listened to the sound and I went, oh, that don't sound too great. That distortion, straight away, I was pointing it straight towards capacitors. And I said, it's going to be that board, because I swapped it out. Because the other board that was out of this originally looked in really good nick. The other board didn't, and even caps didn't look all that great when I looked. So I went, oh, they don't look all that. Nichon, that's the ones I'm thinking about. The Nichon caps. Then ones, no, the Rubicon, not the Nichon. The Rubicon caps. They're the ones that are about £6 or £7 each, depending on the value of them. So yeah, very expensive caps, but they're worth it, because again, they are. I took this out so many bloody times there. Right, well, another episode of taking it back apart, putting it back apart, you know, taking it back, putting it back. I think, bloody hell, you know what happens though, don't you? If you keep doing it too many times, something breaks, and this is why this vintage stuff is fragile as hell. That's what I hate. You know, it's nice to see, but they're a nightmare to work on. Right, out, right. Right, she's out. So, first things first, I'm going to put this down. You can always get the information. Yeah, you could. You're right. You can always get the information from the caps, the ones that's already on it, which I probably will. It will make sense. Now, obviously, this being the chip is doing its job, right? So that's 100 bits, because that's the original chip. That's not a takeoff, which you cannot get. Looking at these caps, right? They got some of these have got mould on them. So, and this is what indicates to me, because Car4 recommended. Just swap the board, leave the chip on there, because obviously you see how difficult it was to get that chip off, which I did, and I've done a great job getting it off without damaging it. But all these caps, all of these are 50 volts. These ones are some of these are going to be 16. So let's have a quick gander and have a quick look to see, because it's a lot lighter now. I can move it around. Now let's see, there's a lot of dust on these, so these are the Nichon capacitors. So they're going to be the bloody most expensive caps to put on, unfortunately. And there's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of caps. So we got 35 volts on that one. What's that one? 35 volts on that. 35. That one is 35. They're 35s. What are them others? Oh God, there's loads on there. Bloody Nora. 35s. There's a lot of 35s. 35s. 50 volt. The 50 volt caps are the small ones. Let me bring it in. I can show you. Alright. These ones here. These ones are the 50s. Look how tiny they are. That's a 50 volt cap. That's a 50 volt cap on that one. That's a 50 volt cap, that front. We got another 50 at the back here. Yeah, so we got 50s at the back. We've got a couple of 50s in the back there. God, there's loads. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to take all that back out. God. The only downside is I soldered all that in, which was a frigging nightmare. And I know what happens. You desolder these boards, they don't take too kind. That you just put in off the floor. The ones you need to replace as well, because they're most important. Yes, you're right. I mean, at the end of it. But there's a lot of caps here at the end of it. So just off the bat, we got 2. So let me just count up. So we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 caps. Oh my god. 28 caps just on that side alone that's going to have to be replaced. But it's the only way you're going to restore it to its full potential is just swap all the caps out. It's a lot of work at the end of the day, and this ain't going to be cheap. I mean, at the moment, she'll play 45s, right? But it's just not the 33s. So, yeah. Pico. No, the caps on the back of the record deck are the ones you need to replace. So I don't need to replace these then. So it's the record deck ones. The top deck that you put on the... Right, okay, I'll check that right now. Thanks, bro. So I thought that... Well, there's 20... I mean, there's nearly 30 caps there just on that alone. So... let me put that to one side. Yeah, because I forgot. Because, again, the record is playing, isn't it? Because that's all to do with the power side. Oh, my God. Move that over there. So, hold up, let's straighten me blanket. Nice thick blanket there, it's lovely. Right, I see what you mean. So, we could then, now, he's saying about the motor, the servo. Now, obviously that's the sensor, so I ain't gonna be on that. So he said there could be capacitors on this side that are related that goes to here, and obviously we have got caps on the front. Now the speed, one of them's been adjusted to its maximum, which is that one there. Right, so let me pull the camera down and I can show you. I can then get right in and I can show you guys. So basically this one here is the 45, this one's the 33, right? Because it's adjusted to the maximum. This one is the 45. So obviously, because it's a quarter of the way from the bottom. So that being the 33 will not adjust any further. So obviously we've got a big bunch of capacitors all bunched up around here, and they're all sort of sandwiched up. Pico, yeah, them boards on the cap. So basically this bunch here, they've obviously, I don't know why they've done it like that. I mean, I know why, because obviously you've got components right next to it like resistors, and obviously you can't get these close that front. So they probably did bunch them like that deliberately, long legged, and then sheathed them. So like you said, so that makes sense, because again they're right near them pots on that front, which you can clearly see. So we got 4 there just hanging around right near the pots itself, and obviously you've got some more that's being filtered around the board. So yeah, it probably would make sense to replace these. Yeah, I can see what you mean now, because this one's 50 volt. It's got 50 volt written on that. So that's a 50 volt cap straight away. This is the caps they was on about, I assume. 190. Yeah, we got some more 50 volt ones over here. And again, these are the Nichon. Yeah, the Nichon caps. So obviously the ones over here. Yeah, the caps on that board. Yeah, so I think that's what that message when you posted it. So again, it looks like it's pointing more towards all of these caps on here. Just replace, bin them, get rid of them, replace them. Obviously, this could also be causing part of the distortion that's going into that power amplifier board. But obviously, you can see the amount of wires that you've got going round. But again, you've got quite a lot of caps here. And they're all ranging from, these are ranging 4.7s. What are they, 35 volt? That's 50 volt. There's a lot of 50 volt caps on here. That one is 16 volt. So yeah, there you go. So that information was right. So these are the 16 volt caps and the 50 volt caps with all these these bunches are 50 volts. They've all got 50 volts on these Nichons. So I need to replace the Nichon caps with Nichon caps. Just take them off, get them replaced at the end of the day. They're not touching. They've all got isolation on the legs, so it's not an issue that front. But there's a lot of 16s and 50s, and they're all low values. So some of these are 4.7s. What are these? Some of these are 100 nano. Some of these are 33 microfarad. Some are nanofarad. Yeah, that one's a PF. That's a nanofarad. That one. That's 100 nanofarad. So I need to take notice with all of these, write them down, obviously, and match up what's on that chart, and then get these ordered up. And I should be able to get access to that because I can take this board off. So desoldering these ain't going to be the issue. The other one's going to be an headache to try and recap that front. But I think you're right. Swap these, because this was the original. I didn't swap this, did I? So the only thing I swapped really was that thing down on the board down here, the power related board. So this would have been the totally original on that front. So yeah, it does make sense to swap these out at the end of it. Or is there anything else that's, these are soldered? Nothing's soldered to this board, is there? What I could have done, swap that board over, right? Swap the board over for the other one to see if that solved the issue, because that was another issue on it. Take the board off the old one, broken spares on, and use that one for writing down the caps. Yeah, that's a good point, because it's going to be exactly the same, is it? The values at that front. Or, like you said, what I could have just done, just swap this entire board over just to prove if it was them caps. But looking at that other one, it's in poor state than this, so it wouldn't make much sense on that front. So, I think you're right. I'm thinking, get them swapped out, write them down, put the caps in, and because there's, how many caps is there? I think there's about, let me have a quick count to see how many caps we got. We got 3 there, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's about 20 caps. It's still 20 caps. Wow. That's mad. So you're still looking at 20 caps. That's still a lot to replace. But like you said, to have this fully working, obviously these caps, they're Nichon. Alright, they're a bit better quality than the best ones are going to be the Rubicons. But again, to be honest, fully investing in this thing will make you fully working. Yeah, it was worth a lot of money. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I don't look at that aspect. I just want this fully restored, because again, there's none on eBay for one, and again, it is nice to have one of these fully 100% restored back to the way itself, because again, this was in really good condition, and I could tell that the way it looked like there's no marks on this for one, and to have the original speakers again with it is ultra rare. So yeah, I think you're right. What's the capacitors? What's 20 capacitors going to cost? The Nichens. Worst case scenario, 30 quid at the end of the day. If it costs you 30 quid to restore that back, I think that's worth every penny to put it back to the way it was. Will I use it? Well, I don't know. I'll probably just use it for a showpiece, but it does make it interesting that it gets you into the circuitry and get that replaced. I mean, that's a good bit of information you pulled up, though. Obviously, that was giving off some of the symptoms that you said. Distortion. Obviously, can't turn the trim pots down on that front. Obviously, these trim pots on there won't go down. One's to its maximum, and it won't go down any further. Well, that would make sense. If you've got only one or two of these caps have gone bad, then you won't be able to pull that down. It'll only go so far. So yeah, it would make sense. Do all this lot. That's then sorted. Then if it's something else, you've eliminated this. You can't blame this because now you've eliminated it on that front. Because again, capacitors will do that. So yeah, I think I totally agree. I think we'll get this. I think I'm going to go ahead and get this recapped on that front. Which it's like you said. I thought, well, let's get that. See if that pot will fit. Well, obviously we had to do a little bit of modification on it. So what I need to do next then is put them screws in a bag. Another project that's unfinished. I've got more projects unfinished than anything else. Seriously, I've never known anything like it. That makes that now 11 items waiting to be finished off. That would make that 11. Literally. 11 items. That puts it down to. So I'm waiting for parts, which is going to cause an headache, because like you said, some of these have got to come from China. So, alright, no worries. Another project unfinished. But she is still working. If I wanted, I mean the 45s play, you just heard, I just tuned the 45s in on that front. Right, I better write on this and all that this is for, because again, this is how I bloody end up losing things. Oh look, I was looking for one of them. Bloody hell. So, okay, right. We've wrote it down. But I did write, again, that's why I've got fucking hundreds of bits of post-it notes strapped round. So I put on there, the pot's done, right? The pot's is done on that. Bank 1, the bank 1's right, and I put the right is the bank. So I put bank 1, it's on the right hand side, that's on there, and the right one is a bank is for the speaker side. So yeah, I know roughly what it is, so I can take that, and then I can write this one on there. So this is going to be for the sharp. Just put for the sharp 3500s. Otherwise I won't know where all these screws are. Seal it back up. Put that in there. Right. And then what I could do is take the peeling off. Peel that over. Seal it up. And that's it. So, and then I know then roughly I can then put them inside. I then just need to keep this outside and get these parts ordered up. I'm probably going to have to order these. If I order them from DigiKey, the downside is they got to come from America and I'll have to pay import duty. As it is, I'm already going to be whacked with an import duty when the other item turns up. It's not turned up yet, which I've got to pay import tax. That's going to cost me about 33 quid. Mr. PCDD is going to have to pay about £28 import fees on his power supply. And it is a lot better, I've got to admit. It's much more powerful than the one I've got. It's about 3 times as powerful. I already looked into it, and it looks like it uses a buck converter inside. So mine don't have a buck. They probably do have a buck converter, but obviously not a powerful one. This one, wattage on this one will go all the way up to about 115 watts on alone. So we can put that in there. I'm going to say that. So it's another project. Put the project with more projects. Put the project with the more projects, and put that in here. So what I need to do is I want to keep that to one side because I don't want that knocking against a pin or something. So let's see if I can put a cable tie in. Cable tie. There you go. Cable ties. Another unfinished project for a short while. Hopefully. That's the only thing. That's the only thing though, Mr. Pico, is literally, it's like you said, you're going to get to this point where 90% of all this retro stuff, this is the reasons why, you know, to restore it, obviously, one, it is worth money if you can fully restore it, but two, it's getting the most critical bit, it's getting the parts, even, which I even found, that even getting a capacitor, and we found that out with the record player, you can't even get bloody capacitors for it. I mean, that's how mad it is. I mean, you know, even a capacitor, you think, nah, you can get a capacitor. No, that's just it, you can't. The bloody capacitors are even getting nigh impossible to get for it, because they don't make them no more. I'm going to have to strap it to this side and it inside here, and then right, cool. That way then it stops that plug from whacking against something more vital in there, which I didn't really want it to, because I don't, the plug, well, you know what a plug would do, bloody plug would do a lot of damage if it's floating around on something, and I've got a lot of unfinished, got a lot of unopened products here. So we are going to come back to this 100%, I think you're right, but I still put it down to this power board. I think first things first, recap that, plug it all back in. And if it still stays distorted, then it's these caps as well. And there's another 30 caps at the end of the day. Because again, this can help to diffuse the cause. Because that sounds in muffled. It don't sound great at the end of the day. And I can only put it down to these caps. Again, and there's a lot of caps on there. Again, they're 50 volts. And so again, I might have to change some of these caps out on that front. Which... then I can totally eliminate that this is at a complete recap at that front, but it's again long-winded process. But like you said, it's worth having, it's worth getting done. So I'm gonna have to, because there's not going to be no screws in that, I'm gonna have to be careful standing this up somewhere where the dog don't knock it flying. But I've run out of room. I've definitely run out of room. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just stand it above. That's it. I'll face it towards so it don't get knocked or banged or something. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that. Obviously. Well, the screwdriver did do its job, so it wasn't a complete waste, that front. Let me get rid of the rubbish, and it's there for the next bit that I want to do. Bronson's laying out in the kitchen. He won't come in. He literally will not come in. Right, let's get rid of that speaker. Now, obviously, we're going to have to put that somewhere so I don't get that damaged. I'm going to lay that up here. Right. Give me 1 minute and I'll put this out of the way because obviously I've got no room here. Let's just quickly move all that on the floor. That's where all that mess had all come out where I've been doing the shavings. Right, cool. So, we can stand that. Oh yeah, that's part of the record player. Don't lose that. Right, now she's all sorted. I ain't got no more crap on the floor. Well, that was interesting. Obviously, still got some of the... oh, that's Depeche Mode. So I've got some Depeche Mode. The Jingles Band. Oh, yeah, we've got House Arrest, Jack's Back. These are right classic 80s at the end of the day. Oh, I've got stacks of these 45s. Johnny H. Jazz, Story of the Blues. I mean, you know, prime example. Going back to your era. So we couldn't even get rid of Mr. Shaky himself. Well, that's a pisser, isn't it? We couldn't even hear Mr. Shaky. Oh no, Shaky's gone. Right, well, it don't matter. No, who was that? Engelbert. Oh yeah, Engelbert Huckabee. Oh God, yeah. Can you remember him? There was a lot of classic of the 1980s stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to praise the 80s was the best. It was great for when you was a kid growing up because I was, oh great, this all fell on the floor. All right, I'll leave it there. But obviously, the only downside to the 1980s was everyone lived in mass poverty, which that wasn't helping the situation because, mind you, what's new today? Everyone now, like myself, can't afford to have heating on. Because you're going to get slapped with your bloody electric bill that comes through it goes through the roof. So it really is, it has gone back full circle. Prime example. So, right, obviously I need to address this because these adapters, bloody nearly 20 quid these adapters. So yeah, the background elevator music is making me sleepy. Background elevator music. Do you remember that? You go in the supermarkets in the big malls, didn't you? And you think, bloody hell, you could have put some more interesting sounds on that front. But again, YouTube's algorithm. We never had none of this. Never, none. You could used to just play music once upon a time. I mean, when I remember just starting off when YouTube first started off, it was great. Obviously, it was a new feature, fun, and then they started to roll out all the new rules and regulations come in, and I went, oh, here we go. We're now living in a state on that front, and now obviously because it's owned by Google and other franchises, you're now thinking, for crying out loud, now you can't do nothing. Your channel gets demonetised. You know, you can't say, well, you have to be careful what you say because you have the police banging at your door. You know, the think police comes banging at your door saying, no, you can't say that because you said this online. At the end of the day, I mean, that's how stupid it's got. Absolutely stupid. So obviously, whoever thought doing this was a great idea is not a great idea. Obviously, this has been butchered like you won't believe. So I've got to try and to source one of these, and I mean, really, I could keep the lead, exactly the lead. There's nothing wrong with the rest of the lead. It's only up to here, so I've only got to cut it from here and source this section. Perhaps I might be able to do that. Then I won't waste another lead because obviously that might come in handy for something else. So yeah, because like you said, this being. These are Pacific. The Sony ones on here, these are 4.5 volts on these ones, and they're double insulated. I mean, for what good it is, there's probably less insulation in that than anything else. But I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be able to do much with this. I can't, you know, this all the shielding's gone from that side all the way up. So. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a shame that the things, obviously now I'm going to have to try to source capacitors now. But at least I've eliminated with the one for Mr. Pico himself that obviously, you know, now it knows its capacitors on that turntable in that front. So yeah, it does make sense. Do you know what? I don't know to sacrifice one of these for the sake of the wire, because again, I could just mind you, I don't really want to sacrifice them. They are bloody expensive. In car entertainment ones. At the end of it, it's a shame that I can't do it any other way. Oh, Bronson's back in. Bloody hell, Bronson. No, he's come back. Oh, I know what he wants. Today, you know why? Because today I've got these are cheese sticks from Marks and Spencer's. So obviously, cheese stick. Right, we'll have a cheese stick from Mr. Bronson. Oh Jesus, that means like a shark. Mr. Bronson's just at it, and well, that's gone, isn't it? He ain't getting no more. Fucking swallowed that. He made short work of that. It was like a shark bite. It was like watching Jaws come back again. Jesus, he just went. That was it. It was gone. He's a big lump. I see Stu's dog. He's lovely. I went, yeah, you ain't had this nutter. Yes, today, Thursdays is always my shopping day with me and my mum. So we always go shopping on every Thursday. So we left him round there. Yeah, we come back. And what did this decide to do? Only him. It's literally only him that end up doing it, and there's no other dog that would have that type of behaviour issue. Let me show you what he's done. When we come back and she went, well, that's your job, you can now clear it up, right? Let me open it up, you can see. Oh. Look what this monkey's done. He chewed up a toy, right, and left all bloody like bits of that was supposed to be indestructible, but then Bronson decides to think, no, I'm going to chew it up. There was all bits of stuffing all over the floor, completely covered it at the end of the day, and there he was there trying to chew it up, right, just got his big fucking goofy paws all over it, and he just ripped it. It was shredded like a bit of duck, you know. Thought, unbelievable. Just only him, literally only him. She went, right, well then that's you. She said, it's your dog, you're going to have to clear it up there. Oh, thanks. So, yes, thanks to Mr. Bronson. Spent the last 20 minutes clearing up all his mess that he decided to rip up. you big goofer. No, Bronson, I ain't got no more. No, you'll eat the packet. Right. How am I going to get round this? Because I've got to have that exact adapter, obviously, for, let me grab it. I'll show you what it is. No, Bonds, I ain't got no more. No, you think that's for you? You got another thing coming. God, look how dusty she is. She is very, very dusty. It's just as well I kept that in her casing. Got that off eBay, right? It was like a trophy box. I thought, oh, that's handy. Got a 3D print one of the Sony PSP. Obviously the battery's well and truly dead on this, but it's the only one that fits it, and it charges it. If I don't put the wires in, it'll actually charge up. I'll show you. I have to be careful here because them wires are really exposed. So I don't want them wires touching. Yeah. Orange light. I have to keep the wires apart, better charge it, right? At the end of the day, if I hold it, power up. I think the battery's completely dead. I jailbroke this. I put a custom firmware on it, and I've running all the emulators on it. You know, did go green for a minute. I have to keep these wires way apart from each other because otherwise they're shorting out. Now the battery's completely depleted. Absolutely, it's completely dead. Right, okay. Take that off. So, but it's the only adapter that fits it. And again, it has to be the 4.5 volt. You can't, I can't even put 5 volts in. You'll burn them out. It has to be the correct voltage on these. These are a nightmare. The center pin's positive. The outer pin's negative on that front. So now I've got plenty of adapters here that'll fit it. The only downside is, how the bloody hell do I solder them? You can't solder these because I've tried them before. Like that, see, look, that fits it perfect. Look. See, it fits it spot on, and it's a nice snug fit. Obviously, this bloody adapter, it's a shame that it's, you know, it's gone all the way up. I wonder if I can cut the outer sheath out on that front. Let me try. I have to watch my hands here. 6 in the is 6 watching. I'm surprised. Mr. Andy, is Mr. Andy still streaming? Probably not. Don't think he is. Unless he's going for the Guinness Book of Records. Live. No. No one broadcasting live. Would have shown up on here. No. Okay. So yeah, I'm glad you got me that info, Mr. Pico. So on that front. So now I can get the values and I'll try and get them ordered up. Trouble is, I'm running the amount of orderings that I've done. I'm still waiting for custom disc for the PlayStation 4. Heat shrink that with hot glue. Yeah, I probably will. I mean, because again, there's no way. That's what I'm taking it back. I'm going to now if Mr. Worms was here, he'd say get the hot glue out. Which, well, I'm going to have to use the hot glue anyway. That's why I just found out heat shrink. That'll come in handy. Message retracted. Oh no. Their shoes off. Get the glue out. I'm trying to pick it where I don't want to go too mad with this being plucked, because again it's now getting dangerously close to the like that, see. Oh god, I think we've got a problem here. No, they've took it all the way in. No, I'm not going to be able to repair this, guys. Oh, that's a shame. Look, I'll show you. No, that ain't me. It's the way they've done it. Look, there's still bloody wires exposed underneath it. Look, I've took all that back. Look. Separated right back from here. So there's still wires exposed under it. So no, I won't be able to use it. Friday. No! So I'm going to have to come up with an alternative to try and... The only downside to having these, unless I try to solder some extra wires... Ah! Mr. Swindon's in town. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining. Oh no! Oh, it's, literally, I've just realised. I thought, oh yeah, Mr. Chill. Thanks, Andy. Thank you. Obviously, Andy. Look, I did manage to get a tree put up. So you know, just a little tree, but you know, it's a little tree. I've got a couple of them. Obviously, some of the LEDs are burnt out and passing. So yes, so I did manage to get it out. Yeah, just had a go at the record player. Obviously, I had to order a special screwdriver, which was this one. But this one's got 4 TVs. Now, that being thin wasn't thin enough to actually put it into that to try and turn the pots. It had to be thinner. So obviously, yes. Please do. So you put your hand down. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, literally, no, unfortunately, we've now come to the conclusion it's not the... Obviously, we've turned the pot down to get the 45 working. The 33 won't go down anymore, and we've come to the conclusion, of, again, the wonderful Mr. Pico done his magic. Double checked, yeah, it looks like capacitors. Bin. put it in the bin. And have you noticed, I've put a counter now on the top left hand corner, so now I don't have to keep opening up bloody OBS's dock system which I've already got enough bloody things opened up. I've only got a small TV, and you're trying to cram everything on a small TV. You can't see anything. So I have now copied. Actually, that was quite easy to do. You can actually, all you have to do is copy one command, and then add it into the source section, basically, and that's it. I think you have to go to Steam Elements, type in YouTube, then it just comes up, the count, YouTube count, and basically, and all you do is just copy one command, and it's got the copy at the top. Then go in, go to a web post, right, and then paste it into the web post, and then put the overlay straight on top, and then it comes up. It literally took me about 3 minutes, not even that. So yeah, that was actually quite easy to do, and then it gives you a live count and how many you got in. You don't have to keep asking. So, and with your channel being growing, and you look like you've got a lot of new subscribers on your channel, so which is great, because like you said, that's actually nice. Yeah, that's, well, when I checked when you was on this afternoon, you went up to about 56. So really, you should have that little counter on yours, because then you can put it in the corner, and you don't have to ask. You can actually see. I can actually post you a link on your thing, and you can go straight to it. And all you do is seriously just copy it. It's that simple. You have to make sure that that your YouTube count's tied into it, otherwise it won't work. Which you must have done at some point, because obviously Stream Elements is another one that you had it all set up when you're doing OBS. So yeah, no, I was just trying to have a look. Obviously this being the charger for this, the portable, the PlayStation Portable, on that one, the PSP, and this is the 1000 model. So this is right, and I'll put a custom bit of gel software on this, and on that one. Andy's not, it's not that vain, Mick. Right, okay. Well, that summed it up, didn't it? I've just thought it, if you never know how many you got in your stream, it does make sense. It's not that vain. So yeah, obviously we found that, look at the state of this. So obviously this is why it's shortening out, because all the bloody wires are exposed. So now I've got to come up with an idea of soldering this, get this soldered, which I'm going to do, switch the solder side on, and I'm going to have to get some wires installed to see if we can put something on here, on that front, and then I could just splice these off straight onto there. No, Bronson, I haven't got nothing. I was actually just saying, some of the 80s records that I've got. And these are only just a fraction. I've got hundreds in next door at the end of it. But some of these are really old, on the fronts. Some of them with the RA band. That one. What's that one? Depeche Mode. So yeah, typical classics. We did have a little bit of Sonia earlier on that front. The Story of the Blues. Actually, it was classic, so yeah. But I'm afraid the 33s won't turn down on the pot, so it didn't help me. That's why I like a big box of wires and other bits and pieces, so have a look. So I'm afraid to say now I've had to put that record player on another unfinished project. He goes the shits and giggles. Shits and giggles, definitely. Hold up a minute, I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, that goes in here. Now, Bronson thinks he's getting more. He thinks he's getting more bleeding. He's trying to think he's going to get another cheese stick, that Bronson, and he's already had enough. That Mr. Bonnie. He's a. No, now don't start, Mr. Goofy. Right? No, don't start whacking because you want more, Mister. You always trouble. Always the trouble. Boncy. No, the big old Boncy. He smiles at me. He makes me laugh, that dog. He does crack me up. He always wants more. No, Bronx, I'm not giving you no more. You'll just eat the entire packet, boy. And that front, you know what happens. So I've got to come up with an idea here now. So obviously, got bits of bloody. I should have something in here. I mean, this box has really got me out of. It's got me out of trouble quite a lot of times. I wonder if I can actually. No, I can't put these on, can I? So something like that. Like a link. Where's that popcorn? I need something that I can put over. Nah. Going down the right idea now. Elastic band. Red light. Red light. Green light. I think it's the. You think it's the Boslane games, isn't it? Red light, green light. Right, hold up a minute. What's this? No. Button. Obviously, earlier on, while I was doing shopping, I come back. Yeah, he's a good boy. yeah. When he's asleep, he don't pester me. Oh, Mr. Swindon, did you manage to fix the radio? Because obviously, I did watch that. That was working, and then it decided to stop working. Find that bag. Now, normally this box comes up trumps. Not yet. The process is being, it's rebuilding this. Oh, for crying out loud. The trouble is, they're so thin, them CPUs, they don't take too much to eat. You know what they're like? They're like the bloody Atari boards. They absolute nightmare to work on. I've got one of them car radios, and that had the exact same problem. I hadn't even looked at it, I just slung it in the back. It was at me Ford Galaxy when I had it, and it was working lovely, and then it decided one of these days it just decided to pack up, and now I've got a black screen. But I ain't got the Galaxy now. I've obviously sold it. I've gone in for a different Ford. Obviously, we've been swindled out of it by Mr. Khan that we now got to pay. Obviously, the what's the camera thing? If you get clocked by the camera, if your car ain't ULEZ compliant, you have to pay the ULEZ charge. All that. We've got it all round here now. So. Mr. Swindon. Well, I like to try and keep people by their handle names at the end of the day. See, so it's me being old school. Like I said, privacy means a lot to people, and I can totally relate to that. So some people don't like it. I mean, Mick is not my name, so I'm not bothered being called by Mick in that front. So. That's obviously not my name, but if that was a little bit bigger, that would have near enough fit. That one was a little bit, just a little bit wider on it. Mick asked a question about the car stereo alarm. Did you manage to fix it? What's that, Stu? No, that's all right. No, you just said I think Mr. Unread. He did say it was the CPU. He didn't fix it because it was working. Well, I see that working when you plugged it in. So obviously, after you injected 12 volts into it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I injected 12 volts into mine. But Car 4 said, no, step up the ampage. Obviously, I said, all right. I said, how much? He said, crank it up to max, which was 5 amps. Yeah, it only lasted for 10 seconds and took out the radio. Obviously, the 5 amps, obviously, I made magic smoke on mine, and then when I took it apart, the bloody capacitor got exploded. It went everywhere. So it's all in. I left it. I put it back in the box. So that was Mr. Carfor that's recommended cranking up the. I shouldn't have listened to him really, but what's your name? If you don't mind me asking. Well, you can ask, but I'm not going to give it. Privacy means a lot. We look. Put it this way. You can call me Mick. Yeah, I don't mind you calling me Mick. At the end of it, like I said, not everyone likes that. Yeah, yeah, I know it. The trouble is, if everyone calls you by your first name, then obviously you get hounded by everyone. And I can relate to that because every time I go into Mr. PC or Mr. Swindon's stream, guess who comes on and starts aiming at me straight away? Falcon. With it, as soon as I get in, 10 seconds. Oh, watch out for the chair. Yeah, thanks Falcon, thanks a lot. And then Knockhouse starts. Carfor starts pissing himself laughing. So it all starts getting out of control. Right, you can understand why we've got handle names. Let's stick with it. Imagine if everyone, you're going to get hammered. Hey, bro. I'm injecting, no, I feel like I'm injecting myself. I'm confusing. Stu, what's going, Mr. Stu, what is the matter? What's the matter, my friends? You're very knowledgeable on that. Mine is kind of hard to keep my name because it's on my hand. Well, you can always put a plaster over it and then cover up and just say, what's happened to your hand? Oh, it's just a minor accident. You'll be all right. You're fine. I've got another one. You just think, oh, no. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's true. So, Mr. Swindon, you really need to get a little tree up. Something like this little pre-lit tree to put up when you're doing your stream at the end of the day. It'd be fantastic. So, you know, because we've only got a couple of weeks now and we're up to Christmas and you're going to need something for doing I can actually pass a tree over if you want if you need a tree to put up in your stream. If you haven't got one, I can post one to you. I've got your address, I've got it saved. Just give me the words. Yeah, I should. I've got the exact same tree, so I can post you one in the post and I'll send it to you. So you can have it then. There's no excuse. No, that's all right. It's okay. Hey, it's entirely up to you. You can have one on your stream. So, and obviously, you're going to need something for coming up to the charity event. Oh, I'm out of options here. This box has always come up trumps. Absolutely come up trumps. Everything I've took out this box so far, I think I've milked it dry. I think, oh no. Yes, that's got to be one of the biggest. It's got to be one of the biggest pitfalls when you're doing streaming. Obviously, was it Mr. OBS? The what was his name? I'll tell you exactly. His handle name was. Yes, here it goes. It was Mr. Official Crucial Reveal. I call him Mr. OBS. So, or ORBS, whatever his name. On that fun, he obviously asked in this stream about setting up a stream. I did give him a little bit of advice of, you know, you need a decent rig to set up, and then good luck setting up with OBS because obviously it's not the easiest to set up. There's a lot of overlays you've got with OBS, and it's not very friendly. And again, when it does, it just tends to. I mean, I was only talking about cameras, and what happened? Mine just cut off. For no, it froze. It went in freeze mode for no pain. I didn't even touch it. And I said, there you go. That's a prime example of one of the aspects of it. Oh, buggered. I thought I might be able to put something over this, and that won't fit in it, will it? But it's too big. No, it's too big. No. Well, that's a piss. Oh, all right. What's this? Can I fit that on it? No. Oh, for crying out loud. So I can always, like, solder it. Ah, yeah, yes, the young official. Yeah, I can't remember who it was, though. Yeah, that was the, yeah, he did ask about the stream setup. Obviously, I mean, you think about it, really, you've got one of the biggest influencers, more than Mr. PC. Mr. PC DD gets really excited when he gets up to about 30 to 40 counts. Obviously, you've been doing the stream a lot longer than anyone else. So you've built your channel up, and like you said, you're not going to grow your channel over by night. You're not going to get hundreds of subs. So you have to grow your channel. Obviously, all your algorithm starts changing. The more subscribers you get, you'll start seeing a big change and a shifting point on that front. And like you said, you can get extra revenue, but you do really need to keep it up. And you know it's not easy to keep up. It's very demanding at the end of the day. The time that you've got to sit there, post it, edit all that, that's what takes all your time. So like doing a stream, that's the simple part. It's obviously the editing part that takes the hours. Just to take a 4 or 5 hour stream can take you literally, it could take anywhere for a couple of hours with a decent gaming rig. Just to obviously, and then the algorithm with especially with YouTube, it has to check for copyright. You know, and then if it did find copyright, then you can apply it so it can take the copyright out. So then it mutes it, and then that means more editing. Yeah, it's a very, very, very long-winded process. So people see us on there thinking that it's really good to do. It encourages other people, which that's what it's all about. It's encouraging, but it's not an easy process to set up. I mean, it feels like I've had to go back to school and learn all over again, because all the stuff I've learned was all old school. Obviously, it's bored. And it's not for everyone, because again, not everyone don't want to do live stream. They just want to upload videos, because that way then all you can do is cut it and then just upload your content. But it depends where you want to go with your channel. It's true that Joey said. What direction do you want to go? If you're trying to earn money out of it, then obviously that's a completely different ball game altogether, because that's really involving, because then you're going to have to get ads involved. They're going to take their cut. Then everyone, then once your channel starts growing, you're going to then start having sponsorships, because people then want to sponsor you because your channel's growing. Can you see where it's going? You will earn revenue, but you're going to have to put a lot of time and work into it. It's not an easy process. People see the rewards, but they don't know how they reap the rewards and the headaches involved. It's a full-time job. It literally is a full-time job. I mean, we never know how far we're going to go down the line, you know, on this front, and see where this goes. Like I said, here today, gone tomorrow. No, crying out loud. Well, I can find. The only issue I've got on this is where's that bit of wire I just had 30 seconds ago? Oh, for Pete's sake! I had ones with 2 ends on that. Oh, hold up a minute. I've got my little look. Mr. Ace is in the house. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping in. I like seeing Ace. Must be late over there, but oh no, it won't. It'll be early over there. They're about 12 hours in front, isn't they? Australia. But it sounds about right. 12 hours, something like that, give or take. I thought, why am I fucking about with that box? I've got this here. Nice girls and guys and girls, how you doing? Right. Where's it? Well, yeah, it's up here. Now I want the smallest connection. They're all too frigging big. For crying out loud. Ain't I got no small connections? Bloody hell. No. What about if I use these? Can I use them? Yeah, I might be able to use these. If I stand the legs up and cut them, obviously the yellow ones are being the smallest, I think. I might be able to, that might work. Actually, that might work. Let's have a look. Always like it when Ace pops in. Don't get don't get a job at the Samaritans, Mick. No, clearly not. You know, at the end of the day, obviously the charities and the charities are quite involving. Again, especially for volunteers, it's not. You think it's easy? I'm dealing with furniture, so I'll give myself bloody hiatus hernia for moving it. Shifting wardrobes, big 3-piece settees. Obviously, it's not for the faint-hearted, and we don't get paid for it. I don't know where that pinged off. That fucking just catapulted off in one direction. Ha! You literally thought, oh no. Oh no. See, now what I'm thinking of doing, I might think of been doing something like this. Like putting it over the connectors and then soldering it. And then obviously I can use a bayonet and then extend the wire and then put a heat shrink around. Obviously on that front. That might be an idea. Well, Mr. Worms, I don't know how long Mr. Worms is getting on with the Atari boards, but he obviously did run into an issue with the WAN caps, which made me laugh because he said the WAN capacitors, one of them wasn't reading right on the WAN capacitor, so yeah, that did make me laugh. He's apparently, but Mr. Chris did say that because obviously he's a bit of a whiz on them, and he did say the same thing. He said they're standard, so give or take. He said, I won't worry about it. He said, get the item sorted out first. And he said, worry about it after. Which he's probably right, 100%. That's going to hold that in place. Looks good. What do? See anything? Look, fucking bleeding plugs everywhere. Jesus. Fucking no wonder I can't find nothing. It's like a jungle of wires. Ha! It literally, I can't find nothing. Literally. Clean your tip, as Andy always, as Mr. Swindon always says. Make sure your tip is nice and clean. I totally agree. I can't stress enough, people do not clean their tips. Now, is that solved? Yay! Ow. Fucking hot though. That's done the job. Now I need to do the same again, but on the opposite side. Now, obviously I'm going to need to cut that down. Jesus. That fucking catapulted it. Oh, ding! I don't know where it's gone though. Oh, I tell you what, that's enough. She's enough toasty. I mean, toasty. Right, and this is going to be a bit tricky because now I've got to try and make. Obviously, I'm making a two-part system up, so I'm going to keep the legs isolated, but then I can put like heat shrink over this because of the problems. Woman's MIA. Yes. Woman's MRA. Well, that looks like a soldered beautiful on that leg. I'm amazed the camera only played up once today. It's OBS. I know it's this bloody OBS is causing an issue. Right, let that cool down. Oh yeah, she's a bit toasty. That won't come off now. So, ow. Yeah, she's hot. She's well and truly soldered on. So, I'll show you what I've done. So basically, I've soldered two legs, cut the legs down short so it then slots over, and then dumped a load of weld until it bubbled, and then it hugged the leg. So this ain't coming off. Which you can clearly see, don't come off. So now all I've got to do now is put a bayonet fitting over it, heat shrink over, job done. And then I can cut it back, and then I've got something to go on then, because obviously trying to solder to them legs is nightmare, absolute nightmare at all. Bonson's ducking behind and he's settling. No, he's gone to sleep. No, bless him. No, he's just gone to kip. He's pretty good on that front. Keep him up to 10 to 2. So yeah. Absolutely, he's pretty good on that front. He is. He don't give me no grief. It's only when someone knocks at the door he puts the fear of God into him. I thought, all right, yeah, we better change that. This come off another TV deflector board or something, so it's always good components that you might be able to steal off these. So if you're short on a cap or something, you can think, oh, all right, save me ordering one. I've got one here. Get me out of trouble. But they won't have them bogey green capacitors, the one I need for the Atari. Obviously, that's the one that failed. Blew a hole in it. So yeah, it's quite surprising. So right, obviously I've got these. So now I need the other red ones. So yeah, two of the reds. Hold up a minute. I did have. I bought. Didn't I buy some caps of? Yeah, we are. I did. I bought these. Bronson keeps ducking behind this settee. What you want about it, Stu? I ain't got no bloody room. He just goes in the kitchen. He's pretty good on that front. He's alright. If for some reason it seems to freak him out if I bring the record player and put it on the table. He don't like it. Obviously, these I got these from the TikTok shop. Yeah, if I can open them. Where's my squeezers? Well, they're good scissors, aren't they? Don't even go. Oh, yeah, they do cut. You stab yourself with them. These are bayonet snap fittings for wires. Again, it was about £1 couple. You've got to have them, and these are great. So basically, the way these work, right? You snap the ends in, they just push in, and then they got like a one-way clamp, so the wire don't pull out. And basically, all you basically do is place it together. I can put it in. Yeah, like that. Snap them in, and then they won't come out. So absolutely brilliant. Yeah. So, what do I need? I need another one of them as well. So it's one on one and one on the other. So all I have to do is run some wires onto this, which I did have. I can cut some wire off. Is that a wire off it? No. Snip these wires off. Obviously I can't use these. Mind you, saying that, if I'm putting these on, can I push these out? I might be able to push these out. I might not be able to use them yet. Let's see if I can push these out. And then you can solder them and then push these back in. I think I've done these before. They're a bit of a bugger. Again, Mr. PCDD stabbed himself with the bleeding things. Yes. So, which that must have hurt. I did feel sorry for him on that front because I thought, oh yeah, I've done that loads of times. Here we go. So take these out, then plonk the wire through. And then I can solder it and then put these back in, crimp them up. It's an idea. Another job that I put off for so long. Joins, was that joins on the joins? No, I ain't going to do that. I'm going to do it the proper way. So I'm going to dig some fluxy wuxy out. This flux is really old, this flux, but it's really good. I don't even know where I got this flux from. I think it's when I bought it. Obviously, when I got this, I bought this out of Woolworths when I was working in Woolies, strip gun, and I think it was part of the kit that come with it. So this, I'm pretty sure this is about 1982, 83. So it's a few years old, only a few, but it's good stuff. You just need literally, innit? You're committed with that space clip there, you know, that space clip, and just carry on with it. I think I am. So dip the flux, and then I'm going to grab me little 3D printed that I bought off eBay. That was only a couple of quid. Hold the wire into that, then, because that just holds the wire, it makes your job a lot easier. And then I can take the solder. Hold up, I better put the bloody fume extractor on. I don't know why, it don't help. I've got the flat tip on this one, so. Perfect. You can see it's now gone all shiny. That's how good that flux is. It's really good flux, that is. I think like I said, I think I've got that flux out of got the flux when I was working out of Woolies on that front. So yeah, Woolies one sounds about right. Now what we're going to do now is just bend that over. So then it sort of anchors back on itself. Then plonk the wire back in. And then put a dab of solder all over. Like that. It's like doing Lego again. God, needing that was painful. Look at that. Told you, that fume extractor is useless. It fucking blows it towards me. They don't even suck it in. You get a load of bleeding soldier smoke coming straight into your gob. Absolutely. Yeah, look. Look. Perfect. Spot on with that. There's no way it's going to pull off. I'll still crimp it though. Unbelievable. That's absolutely useless, that thing. Paid bloody 30 quid for that, and what did I do? Waste my money on it. Did you hear about Mr. David Attenborough? He passed away today, bless him. Obviously, complications. He was an iconic sort of person. You know, with all to do with wildlife. It's actually quite rather sad. Bit, oh, for fuck's sake, look at that. See anything bending it all up? Now I've bent it all in. There she goes. I would have fluxed that and probably made it into her spasters. From a spasters glow. Yeah, I mean, you know, literally, it's, you know, that's the only thing with these. You know, once you're committed, you've got to do it. You've got to carry it forward. Just bends it in. That won't push down any more now. I don't think it will. I could try. I need to get that flat surface. Should be alright. As long as it ain't got no sort of like connections like coming over on it. Now obviously I've got to find which connection goes to what before I do that, and again I need to put heat shrink over this, because once these go on I don't want them coming back off again. Where's that bloody heat shrink? Oh yeah, it's up here. So I can cut the heat shrink out in half. I used to work in an old house, and when I worked for the University of Leicester, I worked at the University of Leicester. Bloody hell! Seriously? I mean, bloody hell! You've got to be really educated to go to in places. What a beautiful mansion. It was donated to the Leicester University. Bloody hell. I mean, that might be worth some money now, isn't it, that place? I mean, obviously it's nice bit of class there. Yeah, see, that's the reasons why. What I should have done was put one on first and heat shrink it over. But then it won't go over. Then I'll probably have the same issue because like, it still won't go over because of this. It don't matter. Just gonna put the other one on, strip it, put the other one on. I've been to Canterbury Cathedral. Beautiful that is. It's, you know, it's a piece of kit that is. And again, St Paul's, really nice, absolutely nice. I do like them old type of buildings. I used to be part of the heritage, but they wanted too much money each year. You know, I started travelling around a bit to all the castles and mansions. Absolutely really nice. But he started to work out to money of travelling. So in the end, when it come up for renewal again, I didn't renew it because all the money does go to them. Where's them tweezers? 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 Where are they? No. They're buried over here somewhere. Of course, tweezers are over there. Buried in a man with controllers and leads and everything else. So, what was you doing up there, Mr. Stew? Was you what did you have, a full-time job up there or something to get into that situation? Blows it towards you. You're supposed to suck it away, not blow it towards you. You've got to blow it against it. Clean your tip. Bloody hell, my count's gone up to 11. Must be privileged. Who'd be old though? See, the counter now, that makes it a lot easier. Bronson's got them. Oh no, Bronson's got them. No, he's actually been good. He's really behaved himself today. No, I was a chef. Well, it's funny because I used to be a chef. I worked my record for working. I'm like a bit of a jack of all trades. Most of it was working on building sites, bricklaying, patios, doors and things like that. Obviously I put up my own walls, other bits and pieces, put a few studs in, painting, decorating, got into computering, then went into metalwork, car mechanics on that front. So yeah, my track record is actually pretty good on that front. That's why I'm pretty handy when I do my own DIY. I don't have any issues. And I did go in for cooking, so I worked in a sandwich bar place and 2 restaurants, which I was only there for about 6 months, and then I moved on to something else. I helped to prep the Queen's Jubilee meal. Bloody hell, mate. At the Leeds University, Leicester's University in 2002. So, out of 12 chefs, they prepared the meal for Leicester University. Then I trained to become an electrician and never looked back. See, Sparky jobs are always great. Obviously, I never got into Sparky because obviously, again, you need a degree and it's all the sort of years you've got to put in to be, because it's all about measurements. And obviously I'm not great at measuring things. I just get lazy and just use your mobile phone at the end of the day. It's like navigation, absolutely useless. If you ask me to navigate, no, use a bit of tech. So yeah, that's great. I mean, like you said, being a Sparky, a couple of my the two of my sisters that are now living out in Australia, not far from where Mr. Ace lives. One lives out in Queensland, that's down in Cairns, and the other one is just up from Townsville. Not far from where Mr. Ace is actually, because I already checked up to see where he is. So yeah, he's not too far from them on that front. They're both electricians. One's a Sparky, but the other one went from Sparky to being full qualified now painter and decorator, and he gets better money. It's big money. He's now working in a big massive, he showed me some of the big tower blocks. He's now in control, and he's the chief, so actually in charge of doing all the painting and decorating, so he don't have to do anything, and he gets paid a lot more than being a Sparky. So obviously it worked out for him. It depends how far you take your career. But he was a builder by trade. So he was a jack of all trades. It's funny because it's sort of passed down from family. So I'm not bad at doing them things myself. But so yeah, being a Sparky does. It's good stuff. Obviously one of them joined the Navy, and that's how he got his career into being a Sparky, being in the Navy, which I've got pictures. But he's retired now, so but he still does Sparky jobs, but he does them on the side. Keep that on there for too long, it starts melting the fucking wire. It melts the wire, seriously it does. I noticed Mr. PCDD he was basically having issues with that bloody Dell computer. I did put in the comments, obviously when I worked alongside with Dell, as well as Packard Bell. Back in the early 90s, they're crap. They're basically crap. They're not the greatest computers at the end of the day. Absolutely not the greatest at all. Jesus, she won't go back. I know why, because I put a blood of salt on it. Yeah, she's back in. Snuggle the bug in the rug. Ta-da! Right, now she's done. Officially, we have now got wired correctly with no manky connectors. So now all I need to get is the trace points from this bed. Look how bad that is. Fucking looks like it's been chewed up and spat out. Again, I was trying to keep the wires apart. I thought I've got to repair this at some point. The battery's flat on this. I do like playing on this because I put all the emulators on. You know, all the little Atari emulators, and I've put some really good stuff on there. Right, so what I'm going to need now then is, now on the back of it, does it tell you? Yeah, it does. So the centre pin's got to be positive. The centre pin's got to be positive, so I need the positive centre. Positive centre pin. Cool. Which connector are we going to say today? Is it going to be the stripe, which is no, hold up a minute, well it don't help because the bloody thing's all touching. So we're not going to be, we're going to be looking at then. So it's going to be the stripe that's the positive. Right, cool. Stripe the positive. So now I've got to find on that pin. So the stripe's going to be the positive side on there. Now I've taken that off and I needed that. What a banana. Right. So I'm going to need to do the same again and see. Well, whatever the outer pin is. So that back pin is going to be the plus. Cool. Now she won't touch now. I mean, obviously, on the fronts of these, because these will now they'll keep away from each other. So, what I need to test now is cut the bad part out. Let's plug this back in. Do a test, and do we get 4.5 volts coming out of this? So. Put her on millivolts, strip a bit of wire, oh, here we go, bit of wire, nice, no, it's not thin enough, it's too thick, it won't go in because the point's too big, oh dear. I'll do one better. I'll strip the ends back on the cables, one of these metal cable ties. Put the probe in the centre, like that, and then I'm going to touch one end of that, which is going to be metal, and then I can probe. We get 4.9 volt. We did get 4.91, so she's doing her job. I did a partial rewire on a Willie, what's that? A Willie Tone's old house, and it was like something from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Really? You'd have to post a picture on that. Actually, put it up on the old Discord. I'd like to see that. Did you take any pickies of it? That'd be absolutely awesome. Orange light. Wiggle test. Yay, she's fixed. Obviously, and these won't come out because they're bayonet fitted, so they're really tugged in there. So we can, she's done, she's back up and running. And then I ain't got to have this janky bleeding thing that's, you know, dangerous. I'll put some charge in because she's flat, absolutely flat in the witch's teat. Oh Jesus! Don't throw your solder away. It's the last thing you need. Oh, my cat's gone up. Bloody hell. Now, if I had some of my wider, I've really got to order some of them up because I can't find them. They are buried somewhere. Job done. Snooker player. I met Steve Davis. He opened one of our shops up of the St Francis, so he actually opened one of the shops up. And Frank Bruno. Oh, and Trevor McBrookie, that played for what used to play for West Ham. He's one of our ambassadors. Too right. We'll send you. Yeah, we'll send you. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. So yeah. Mr. Steve Davis is obviously getting really old now, so looking at that point. So yeah, we've had a few people that comes down. Mind you, I did say in the last couple of comments, and a couple of things, the only one famous film star I really did bump into was Mel Smith, and that was at Tottenham Court Road when I was going to. I got off the tube station. We was going up the Trocadero, and we got off of London Liverpool Street, and missed. There was a little. If you turn right down Oxford Street, walk towards Trafalgar, right? If you're going down that sort of that road, it goes on for quite a few miles. It's really a massive road. Yeah, there was a little turning on the right. And there was a little game shop, retro game shop. It's not there now. I mean, this was back in the early 90s. Obviously, I was working at this metal factory, making metal gates. So yeah, I had my Atari ST then, me 520. So that's how I got back into the old retro. So anyway, as we turned right down this turning, I said, bloody hell, he looks familiar. Wore a long black mag, right? Didn't have a care in the world, and miserable as anything. And I didn't say nothing to him because he looked miserable. It was Mel Smith. Walked straight past me as if it was nothing. At the end of the day, I thought, unbelievable. Some people. Obviously, he's no longer with us now. I didn't bother asking for his autograph because I didn't rate him as an actor. You know, I think he's been in the young ones, and he's obviously done a lot of side sitcom stuff, but I didn't rate him. At least he didn't slap you. I see that message before you retracted it. So that's alright, yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't say nothing to him. I just walked past, straight past. He just walked straight past. He was a miserable sod, absolutely miserable sod. I thought, oh Jesus, you know, some of these, you know, so-called, you know, television actors. At the end of the day, you're thinking that, you know, because they've got fame and wealth, you know. He didn't do much for charity. I think I've done more for charity than what he's ever done. Alright, he might have had a bit more money than me, but I seem that I put my time and effort, and that's why I got into the charity work, which I've never regretted because it's been fantastic. I've really had a great team on board, and Will Smith, I thought, yeah, he was. No, Will Smith. No, Mel Smith. It was Mel Smith. If you type in, I don't know how far you go back in your gen region. Obviously, no, I got it wrong. No, Mel Smith. It was Mel and Smith. They'd done a TV series in the late 80s, early 90s. But he was a miserable kid. I didn't rate him. Like I said, he was in a couple of episodes of the Young Ones on that front. So the other one of the episodes was University College, where the scumbags all go up to the college and the young ones are in there. Well, Mel Smith is right up the first scene where Vivian's holding a pig, and he says, "Oh, I need a mascot." You know, at the end of the day, he said, "A pig?" He said, "No, it ain't a pig. It's a ferret." Well, yeah, absolutely. He said, "Well, that's why I got you. Actually, weren't it?" Yeah, absolutely got it. I love the yeah, but he wasn't a very happy person. You know, I thought, oh, bloody hell, he's, you know, not very happy. He did look like he had the right hump. I'm glad I didn't stop and say hello, because I would have said, I ain't got time for you peasants. He sort of come across me like that, you know. But yeah. Yeah, she did boot green for a minute. Battery must have been absolutely slaughtered on this. I ain't powered this up for like a year. Oh, here we go. She is powered up. Set the time and date. Oh, fucking, that goes to show the battery's gone flat. You know, I put on what I've done. I managed to put on the 20th anniversary of the custom firmware on this. So basically, it's all to do with Sony. Sick. That's the best episode of The Young Ones, where Neil sticks his head out and now sees his head. Yeah, yeah. He said, "Vivian, where did you get that howitzer from?" Yeah, literally, that was comical. I loved that episode. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. So what I've done, I put a custom piece of firmware on it. So now it's the 20th anniversary. Absolutely, you can't beat The Young Ones. It's one of those classics. So yeah. So what I've managed to do, I've put digital comics. So I've got all digital comics on here, on this front. So we click yes. When it comes up, here we go. Oh, it's got to ask for fucking... It won't work. You've got to connect that to the internet. Oh, really? Fucking... No, it's got to ask for bloody internet access. Oh, for crying out loud. I think you had a sourced a service manual for that sharp. Thanks, bud. Yeah, I will do. That's the PlayStation song. That's to sign up for the network. Where's all the bloody stuff on here? I've got it all stuck on here. Memory stick. Here we go. Music, photos. Hold up a minute. Ah, there you go. You have to go. Here we go. Got it all here. Here we go. Yeah. This is the one that I managed to put it up. So you got Fuse, which is an emulator for the PSP. Obviously, got all the Capcom games stuff on there. Namco, so there's all the Namco stuff. Got Ghosts and Goblins. The Dark Mirror. I ain't booted this up for nearly a year. I forgot all about it, to be honest. Put the Family Guy on there. Great. Not very loud on that thing in it. Got Outrun 2006. Got all the Super Nintendo stuff on there. Sega Mega Drive. And this is the Fast Recovery one. So yeah, if I go into the Game Boy, the Mega Drive, sorry. So it comes up. Here's the loads on there. can have all like Sega gear. It's actually quite cool. It took about an hour to put all the software on, but it was worth it. Press the start button. Where's the start button? Oh yeah. So basically, I've got all of the Sonic stuff on here, right? And it ain't just all the Sonic. So you can basically say you've got Trials, Thunderblade, Vector Man, Alter Beast. I think it's every single one that's. Oh yeah, what have I touched? Oh, have I touched it? For crying out loud! I keep forgetting. It's so bloody sensitive on this thing. I might have knocked it. I don't know what I've done there. I weren't paying attention. Turn it off. The main thing is you get the logistics of it. Yeah, I think I knocked a button. I pressed the wrong button there. But you get the point of it. I mean, the one good aspect of these, obviously, and these always end up playing up. You have to put the cassette in at the top with the games on there, and obviously it's one of these type of games for. These type of games for the PSP, they look like a mini disc on these fronts. They're proper retro. I mean, you have to be careful because again, you can easily scratch that one side. But these always end up playing up, and these are enough hard to find in good working order at the end of the day. So you load them in. Each battery's like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, the UMDs, yeah, you could use to play films from them as well. Yeah, there you go, UMD. So it picks it straight. It play them, even though I've got custom firmware on it, but I can put all like other bits and pieces on, but it's got enough on it, trust me. But I'll just keep it for show. I don't use it. It's like a lot of the stuff on there. Probably it's ain't powered it up for ages. It's just a mini disc with a different design. I think that's all it is. I think you're right. I think some of this you have to connect to the internet. That's probably why it's not. Some of it ain't come up because I forgot it pulls information from the net. The latest version of Sony mini disc, the disc players took on data, which used the UMD. Yes, that's right. It did. Obviously, the valve on the disc, yeah. So, but that's what I said. Yeah, they did actually they did pull that information off it. Obviously, there was a lot. Yeah, I think this has to be connected to the internet. This is why it kept coming up. Connect to the internet. I think it pulls the information off, and then once it loads in, then that's fine. That's probably why it's not come up because I've got custom firmware on. But bit of a weird design, though, isn't it? You know. Let's turn her off. That's it, she's off. And then it should go back to orange. Yeah, she's gone back to orange. So, it's charging back up. But at least that works. That's the main thing is, I ain't got to worry about these poxy wires. Oh no, Mr. Carfor's in the house. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining. Yes, we've had the record player back in half again. We managed to do what Mr. Stew said, widen the pot, which I used this special screwdriver, but it wouldn't work it. So, yes. So, yeah, literally, well, at least I know now that's working. All I need to do now is put a wider heat shrink over that and keep it where it is, and then that'll be fine. I don't think it'll come, I don't think they'll touch, because look, they're not touching that front, so heat shrink would be fine. Or just like you said, get the hot glue out, glue it in between. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Put a little bit of hot glue in between and then heat shrink it. So yeah, I think that makes sense. Mr. Worms would be alright because he likes to know I'm using hot glue. Have you seen? I bet you guys ain't seen anything like these, have you? Miniature arcades. These are key rings, right? These are enough expensive, right? You'll have a shock of your life. You have to pay these. I got these in a sale. Paid £45 each for these at the end of the day. And like you said, you don't get to see anything like that. Oh no, the TV decides to say, no, I'm going to turn off. Yeah, of course you will. Fucking why would you? Poxy thing, I can't even turn it off. Yeah, basically what you do, you put batteries in this, and it's a full working Pac-Man mini arcade. That will just go up, down, left and right. It actually moves. Right, daylight robbery. No, if you go to the American site, they actually do the Zoltar and all the others. These are the quartercades, what they call the little miniature quartercade ones are these. And it's a full replica of the full working machine. And at the end of it, and if I put some batteries in, I'll show you. I'm not making it up. Absolutely brilliant. I got these out of HMV when they was doing a special promotion on these. Retail price of these go for £70 to £80. Yeah, you'll have a shock, and you wouldn't think that, would you? At the end of the day, proper batteries. I don't leave batteries in things because I know what happens. You have more problems on your hands than anything else. But yes. Oh Jesus, got hiccups then. Well, I've got two. Hold up a minute, I'll just see some down here. There she goes. Got 3 batteries here. Double A's. Triple A's, sorry. We'll put the triple A's back in. And these are fully working machines. I just thought that while you understand it, you want to go and get with your brand. The retro stuff is absolutely mind-blowing. Here we go. It's a full replica of the working full arcade machine at the end of the day, even as a track mode. They've quartered this down to right. That's why these are expensive at the end of the day, and they run on a keyring. Obviously, I won't put them on a keyring. It's in track mode, and then it'll cut off because it'll save the battery. So cut off. So basically, press it again, right? Now if it's full player 2 on this tiny screen. I kid you not. Now I'm playing it. Watch. There we go. Kid you not, gonna play it. That's why these are expensive. I mean, you know, that's how cool these are. And then obviously, 40 quid, that's a good price, yeah. I mean, actually, when HMV were doing these, if you go onto the American site, they've got the same ones. They're $150. That works out in English money about just over nearly £100 each, just on one of these alone. Now, you wouldn't think that on that front. And you've got to pop it on and off, so you can turn it on and off on that front. But yeah, no, seriously, they are super, super expensive, but they are super cool. £20. Google it and find out. You'll be shocked. Seriously, they're not cheap. And the same with the Space Invaders. Space Invaders is exactly. They've done a fleet of these. Gallagher, all the top arcade ones on these. They're really expensive, but it all fits in with my retro stuff, so I didn't mind. System offline. Reasons why it's failed to sleep is extends it uses elevator music. System offline. I like that. Absolutely love it. I think that's legendary. Due to elevated music. Yeah, she cuts off. So what I'm saying is, it's but you can play them. They are super cool. Not for everyone, but obviously if you're a bit of a retro nerd like I am, I just love going back to my roots on my retro stuff. That's probably why everyone else wants to deal with modern stuff. I don't. I've got it. I don't. To be totally honest, I don't get on with it. That's why I'm the only person that still uses Walkmans. The only thing I end up using is just literally me watch. But obviously, I mean, I've got some fancy watches over there, but I don't want to wear them out because they're highly collectible, and I don't want to bugger them up. So I want to keep them on the display purposes only. But yeah, I think they're super cool. Obviously, but they are expensive. But you can imagine if you've got a row of them, and they're all playing. Yeah, there's about 12 of these. Absolutely rare. I have a Walkman. Yes. Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't see your Walkman. Upload a picture. I'd like to see it. Obviously, I've got to fix the other one, but I don't use it. But I do have one. They're absolutely legendary. No, I still use my Walkman. I take it to me every Thursday. It's the only one I can listen to all me Wham and me, obviously, all me Mr. Shaky. So I've got to have a bit of Mr. Shaky. It's the same with these, Stu. I don't know if you've seen these. These are the game watches. Oh, he's farted. He absolutely dropped one. It really stinks bad. It's chronic. Now, again, these are a little bit of a collector's piece. This is their new version. This is what they call the Play Watch. Now, if you Google how much the Play Watches are, they are a little bit expensive at that front. But these are limited edition. They've only done 3. This is their newest version, which I import from America, of the Play Watch. And this one's obviously, again, you can have, this is all their custom faces that you can play Tetris at the end of the day. Absolutely, I've never seen anything like it. But again, so basically, so you go to Tetris. You go to puzzle. Yeah, you're on that. So we're going to click continue, click start, and it's all touch. Basically. Quick. But you get the point of it. On that front, click exit, and then I'll just power it off, power it down, and that's the new version of the Tetris watches. That's why I don't like wearing these, because these ones are really expensive. They weren't cheap. And then obviously this is another favourite of all of the Atari 2600s. So I still keep the faceplate. She's spanking it. She's still brand new. Up front. So I don't know if the battery's gone dead on this, but we'll find out. But again, it's super expensive. I've got one more to get on that front. I think the battery's dead. The batteries don't last long on this. This one has all the Atari 2600 games. It's got about 4 or 5 games on this one. Yeah, I think she is dead, because you can actually see on the back. But you've got all the inside of. We've even got the limited edition straps to go with this one, but this one the battery's gone dead, because normally you just press it and it just normally comes on, but like that one on there. But obviously it ain't been powered up for months. So, but again, you get the logistics. It gives you all of the Atari stuff on that front. But I've got to order another one of these plastic things on there. I'll put the pictures on the Discord. Cheers, bro. Yeah, this one looks like the Apple Watch. It's actually their newest version. It's absolutely really, really nice. Let's have a quick gauges. Oh. Now, Mr. I keep forgetting this bloody phone opens up. I'm so used to having my other phone. Now that is oh, it's a proper Sanyo. That's what we like to see. That's the typical 80s to 90s era. Straight up my face. Oh god, it's got a little bit of battery corrosion. It's the only thing with batteries. Shame. Absolutely enough hard to get one without battery corrosion. Again, classics. Really nice one. Plain but simple. Really nice at the end of the day. Cannot beat. I mean, that's a proper Sanyo. I mean, obviously at some point you're going to need to replace its belts on that front. And again, the capacitors will fail. Mine's still in the 1980s. I don't know how it's still working. I mean, I just don't know how it's still managed to go on that front. But they do soldier on. See, I've still got my one on here. See, that's this is the one I know because I put a belt. I replaced the belt on it because the belt snapped. So, being the Sony Walkman on that one, no, it just works fine. No, oh right, wow. Again, now this one's obviously a little bit more advanced. Obviously, there was so many of the Walkmans in their era. Obviously, this one's just got noise cancellation and normal or metal, normal or limited, automatic volume level services. So this one had a little bit more advanced, and it had a bass, a mega bass, which you can just slide it on that front, and it gives you like a bass boost on that front. Light, cheap, you know, but again, works absolutely. No issues on it. I just don't keep batteries in it because obviously that's why I want to restore that other one on that front. But again, I take this out. I've had this when I bought this from Woolworths, and I've had it since 1986, and it's still bloody working. I have not done that's the only one thing I've changed is the belt, which was so that belt's lasted me from 1980 from the mid 1980s all the way up to 24, and it snapped. That's when I replaced it because the belt snapped. So I'm amazed that belt lasted as long as it did. Shocking, absolutely shocking. So yes, what's the time? 9:09. Well, guys, oh yeah, that was the only one thing I said that I did want to go back to, right? So I'm going on there. This, obviously, I was working on this yesterday, so I've left this for 24 hours, right? So I've not gone back to this. So it's been a good 24 hours. Now some of these pots were seized up yesterday due to the thing on it. And now let's just test. Fine. Fine. A little bit of resistance there. Fine. No, it's gone a little bit slow now. It's back again. I think they're just going. I think they're all going again. They sort of like they seize for a little while. Fine. It's them bloody shafts. No, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, it was at the end. All right. Fine. And the slider. Fine. So I can that one there. I can say that's classed as a winner. I can put that one back. Class that one is now done. On that front. I think I'm going to leave it there, guys, because I did not leave the time. It is very late, obviously. I've got some running around to do in the morning. And Mr. Pico's obviously got to get up because he's obviously a busy, very busy person on that front. So I am going to say thank you for joining on that front. I can see 5 in the count. Yeah, you need them on them shafts, and it'll work a little bit of a copper grease. I have got some copper grease, believe it or not. Yeah, I have got some because they put copper grease for on the bolts to stop them from seizing up. I've got a tube of that. It's actually the only thing downside is it's on the balcony and it's all boxed up. I've got about 4 million boxes all boxed in front of it. So yeah, copper grease, and then that would obviously, and then yeah, put them on the post, and then just smear a little bit into that. Yeah, some anti-seize grease. Yeah, so I think that's what the issue is. I think the pots are fine. I think what's doing it, because there's no tolerance between that's what's causing this issue. But thank you for the stream, for popping onto the stream, and yes, it's absolutely Mr. Carford is again I wonder what's happened to Mr. Worms. You know he's ordering some bits from that, so you know. And it's nice to now know I've got a counter up on that one. No music elevator next time. No. When I see a triangle, a yellow triangle, do you know what that worried me? I thought, I've never seen that message come up before. You worries me there. I thought, fuck, what's happened there? I went, well, that's new. I haven't seen that before. Then I realised it come from your message. But I thought it was Stream Elements that done it. Worms is the MIA. Yeah, he is. Retracted. That's it. I see that message. That's what threw me off, because the way you designed it, it looked so professional. I went, fuck, have I done something wrong? Because now I've got a yellow triangle come up. I didn't see. So nice try. Literally nice try, that fun. That is brilliant. Nice little touch. Thanks guys for popping in. Like I said, I don't do Mr. PCDD. He gets excited when he gets all that. System offline. So yeah, definitely 100%. Well, Mr. Pico's got to get up in the morning, the same as me. We've obviously got some bits to running around. I will be streaming again tomorrow, so I'll be same time at the end of the day. So because otherwise, Mr. Andy, it's no point clashing with other streamers at the end of the day, you know, because then everyone wants to go on everyone else's stream, so it does make sense, that front. So yeah, well, at least it's a fix. I managed to, because that done my head in, so sorting that out was a big thing. But thanks guys for popping in. Anyone lurking in the background? It looks like I've got five users on that. It's Steam closed. The stream's closed on that front. That's it. It's off scale. Laters all. Thanks guys for popping in, and I will catch you again very, very soon. See you later.